Good morning, everyone. I'm Bondar JR, also known as the Silver Wolf, also simply known as Ron most days, or whatever you call me as long as it's not late for dinner. We're here to stream some eveonline. Today is our mining event, so apologize I am super late for it, which is completely unacceptable. But I'm here now, so we're going to get started. So anyway, without further ado, let me get switched over here. I got Kragan and Falstaff already in the belt, so we're doing good. Cleaning up some cans that Jackson left laying around because that's just what he does. While trying to figure out what we're going to do here. So, sort by name. Oops. I got to change my crystals because I was doing an Empire belt yesterday. Oh, and I didn't pick up my crystals. Damn it. All right, well, we'll have to do that here in a second. 10% damage. Maybe it'll make it. 15% damage. Maybe it'll make it. No shaving this morning either. Yes, so yeah, sorry about that. I've actually kind of put shaving on hold, so we'll see how that goes. The wife hasn't complained yet, so we're going to see how long it goes. Honestly, it's bothering the crap out of me, so I want to get rid of it, but I refuse to let her win that easily. So yeah, so we're going to see. So, but anyway, appreciate you guys all being here and on time. Sorry I was late. I knew we had a contractor showing up today. I thought they had scheduled him for the afternoon, which would work for me. And unfortunately, they did not. They scheduled him for first thing in the morning, right at 9 o'clock. So yeah. And I didn't understand hardly any of the conversation, so it was a complete waste of time for me to be there, to be perfectly honest. But I did get to ask a couple questions, and so it was at least good for that. So, kick into your point, I did tell her that she was cutting into my profit stream because this was my best, stream of the week. And so, yeah, so that didn't seem to affect her at all. At one point, she's like, fine, go. I was like, yeah, okay, I'm not going now. So, but yeah. So appreciate you guys all being here. Like I said, again, sorry for being late. Oh, actually, I can reach these guys because of the awesome boost from my buddy Jackson. I'm gonna try and win him back into my graces. But yes, I am a scruffy nerf herder, so who's scruffy looking? Better cut off her sugar for a week. Yeah, I was floored because she knows this is the big stream of the week, and I was like, but I don't think she knew they were coming this early either because she was still in bed. So, and I think if she had known that, she wouldn't have still been in bed. So there was that, but yeah. So turns out we didn't meet with him very long. The guy seems like a really good contractor. He said he could do our house in 3 to 4 months from when they start. Wasn't worried about the rainy season. Said he could probably work around the rainy season. Wouldn't be a problem. He's got more than enough workers. But he was a little high price-wise. So, at 35,000 pesos per square meter, which is a little higher than I wanted to go. But he does have a nice payment schedule. We pay him every week. And we pay just for the labor and the supplies that we're going to use that week. And so there's no chance of him ripping us off. And then at the end, whatever's left of the, of the estimate, because he's going to give us a detailed estimate in the beginning, and then whatever's left at the end, we pay him that, and that's his profit. So he doesn't get any of his profit until we're done. So that's kind of nice. But yeah. Let me help out Nix here. I think I've got a place for you, Nix. If I can find it. Where the heck is it? Oh, this is Kragan. Yeah, so it helps if I look at the right one, right? Let me switch back to Falstaff. I tell you, some days it's a wonder I can even get out of bed. Really is. What happened? Why did it not? I don't know. That was weird. All right. Back. House fire down the court. House fire. House fire down the court. That's not good. So yeah, Kickin', I've been missing you. I was starting to really get worried about you. I hadn't seen you in about a week or so. So I was starting to get worried that maybe you had found a new home. And so but glad to see you. Glad to have you back. But yes, he did seem pretty reasonable. Like I said, his payment schedule was the most reasonable I think I've heard here in the Philippines, because he literally makes nothing until the house is done. He's just getting whatever we need for materials and whatever we need for the workers, for the labor per week. So even if he was to run, the most he would get would be a week. And that's not really going to benefit him any at all. So wouldn't behoove him. He has several places that he's already in the process of building. And we're going to try and go see some of them next week. He has some that are done. We're going to see a couple of those. He has some that he's in the process of building. So we're going to go see some of those. And because I suggested the ones that he's in process with, he was going to show us some completed ones. I'm like, yeah, it's really easy to show completed ones. So yes, Jackson is boosting very well. So yeah, I'm getting way more than I normally get. So yeah, and he's right up there on the kicking level. So yeah, he's not giving the crappy boost like I do. So yeah, so. Though he did choose a belt with NPCs, diamond NPCs. So there is that. So might have to reevaluate some of it based on that. But yeah. So anyway, NY here. Let me do this. I'm trying to answer Nick's. I have one that I went through this week, yesterday, called, and I left something there just because it was such a good spot. Can I find it? Iteron. All right, got that out there. I had to look it up. I actually saved something in the system because it was such a good one, and that was because of Respin. So special thanks, Respin. So yeah, let everybody know the stream is up. There are no strongholds near. That's good. That's good. Not that we can't handle it. I just gotta pay attention to make sure there's no diamond rats. So, but yes, thanks, Respin. Appreciate it. That was Respin who suggested Iteron, and that worked out perfect. In fact, yeah, I probably should. All right. That way he's got this. He's got the system rather than relying on my spelling, because I probably spelled it wrong. So, look on agency will tell you if the FOB is still active. Oh, there you go. Yeah, but those NPCs will attract the diamond rats. Yeah, the NPCs seem like they are the ones. Since they're diamonds, then they attract the diamond rats. So I just got to make sure I don't attack the diamond rats. So yeah. Because that's what got us last week, is I actually attacked the diamond rats. And so, yeah. So And once you do that, then all bets are off.
The asteroid is depleted.
All right. But yeah, so he seems like a pretty good guy. We're going to probably evaluate 2 or 3, but he's the only one we've talked to so far, but he's definitely lead runner. Like I said, his payment plan is way better than anyone else I've ever. Most of them want about 30% down, which is pretty huge. And then you pay them based on milestones, which is good. I like that. I don't like the 30% down, because if they decide to take off, they've already got 1/3. And so some of them ask for 50% down, which is even worse. So yeah, so his payment plan was definitely better than what I was expecting. So I was pretty excited about that. But yeah, 35,000 per square meter. He's a little higher than I really wanted to go, but it is what it is. So not a whole lot I can do about it, to be perfectly honest. So that's what he charges. So that's probably what it's going to be. So yeah. So we'll get that figured out. But yeah, so it was pretty positive. He spoke almost no English, so he understood what I was saying most times, but my wife was translating both ways, so God bless her. So yeah, so that was good. God bless her. But yeah, I think she was, yeah, so there are NPC miner skiffs. There are also NPC miner haulers. I blew up a couple yesterday. And there's actually pirate haulers. I blew up a couple. That's what I blew up yesterday. So, and they just dropped minerals. They were in the Empire Belt. I did an Empire Belt yesterday, Jackson. So that was nice. And I got most of the belt until somebody in an expedition showed up, and then, of course, started targeting the same roids I was targeting, which I thought was very nice of them. So, all right. So Mako needs an invite. Did anybody invite him? Yes, they did. Okay, cool. Perfect. Who else we missing? Is Kickin going to join us? And Jerry Can's probably playing BG3, so press. Ooh, well, that's no good. I'm not using my my crystals. What a moron. Alright. I hate when I do something stupid. Which is just about every day. So, yeah, we know where Blossom is. Yeah, so I actually I did start a character on the server she's on, so well, I haven't been back on since I told her which server it was, so I don't know if she sent me a friend request or not. We'll have to figure out. Yeah, I was a little frustrated with Star Wars: The Old Republic because I was having trouble figuring it out. Falstaff ran out of space. God damn it! I had a nickel. But yeah, I finally figured it out, so it wasn't too bad. So, how can the asteroid be negative 32 kilometers? Oh, it's not negative. That was just a star. Never mind. Scratch that. Yeah, if you haven't been on that style of MMO in a while, it's very different UI. It was a very different UI. So I was using right click to attack, which was causing the screen to flip out and do all kinds of weird stuff, and I was automatically looting, which caused me to get killed several times because I'm in the loot screen and not attacking. And so once I finally figured out I had to use the number keypad for my attacks and actually plan them a little better, it worked out. But it took me quite a while to figure that out. And I was to the point where I was kind of like, you know what? I may not like this game. But once I figured that out, it was okay. I started a Jedi Sentinel, I think, the one that used two lightsabers. I wanted to start a bounty hunter, but that was the evil side, and I didn't want to start on the evil side first. I wanted to kind of try the good side first. So I couldn't believe they didn't have good bounty hunters. So yeah, so that was kind of sucky, but yeah. So I think I actually started on the Asian server since I'm in Asia, and I got up through the Jedi Council and couple missions after that, and then that's when Blossom said she was on the North American server, of course, and so then I switched, and I think I'm just at the Jedi Council now. So no, I named him Falstaff Finder as I usually do. So that way, if you guys need to find him, you know what the name is. So, but yeah. There you go. Raven. Nice fitting for a Raven. Thanks, Respin. Alright, so Kragan is over here. Now that we're actually using our crystals, that'll help some. And actually, I'm going to need to... I'm going to need to get some crystals for so Kragan is 18 kilometers away. Okay, so if I approach him, what's that going to do? Let's see. I've got a distance of 44, so we'll see. That's going down, that's going down, that's going down. Excellent. Okay. So Kragan's got some spare crystals, so I'll get some from him. These are my last two crystals, so. So I drank almost a whole cup of coffee talking to the contractor, and then I just threw more coffee in my cup without really sweetening it, or I think I put a little bit of milk in it, so it doesn't really taste the way I like it, but that's all right. Coffee is coffee. I think I fell asleep at 8 p.m. last night and woke up at 8 a.m. this morning, so that worked out pretty good. So, but yeah, like I said, I was getting my breakfast when the contractor showed up, and I'm like, I wasn't expecting the contractor this early. That's why I told her. I said, I thought he was coming in the afternoon. She said, well, I didn't know he was coming now either. So I said, okay. 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 But yeah, he seems like a good guy.
The asteroid is depleted.
So we'll have to see how that goes. We actually have a woman that's working right across the street, a female engineer that is doing a extension on on one of the houses here in the neighborhood. She's working right across the street, and so we were going to talk to them, see what they say. And then we were watching a vlogger the other day that actually built in the north, quite a bit in the north, but he used a contractor that only charged $890 per square meter. Where ours is charging 30. The one we just talked to is 35,000 per square meter. The one he talked to is only 890 per square meter, which is pretty big difference. So yeah. So he has a website, so I may see if he does in our area and check him out. What's up, Blue Gray? Good to see you. Let us know if you need an invite. So she's doing good. She's doing good. We were running a little late this morning because we had a visitor today that I was expecting much later in the afternoon, but they came early, which is not unusual here in the Philippines. So, though it seems like I was the only one. Well, I don't know. My wife was still asleep, so she obviously didn't know they were coming that early. But so, no worries, no worries. I know it's been late for you lately, so sorry about that. I actually moved it up an hour to hopefully help you out. So. It definitely helped out Jackson. It should have helped out Blossom, but Blossom's playing something different now, so. But. There you go, there you go. But yeah, since I didn't start an hour earlier today, I guess it really didn't matter, huh? So it's still late for you. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't start an hour earlier today, so yeah, so that's what, yeah, I ended up, they ended up showing up right before as I was just getting ready to start the stream, and I'm like, seriously? But that's the way it works around here. Gotta be ready to roll with the punches. So yeah, gotta be ready to roll with the punches. So, but honestly, I wonder if maybe I should start a little earlier, because then I could be done earlier, and that might give us more time to do other stuff, because the wife is always wanting something. So yeah, the BP should be cheap now. I got some from crap. Why can't I think of his name? I rated him yesterday. Zero Chronos. I got some from him. I got like 30 some in the sum for him, and I gave him 3 million a piece for him, but I think I got 50 some from him. And so yeah, I'm pretty sure that's going to allow me to complete it. Now I'm short on minerals, so I got to mine some, which is probably going to end up in me having a lot of extra minerals at the end of the event, but that's okay. Rumor has it, yeah, he got a good deal. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do here probably this afternoon. So since I'm not meeting with the contractor now, since that's already accomplished. So yeah, so maybe we'll run a little longer to make up for it. But yeah, I was thinking about maybe starting a little earlier. Khaleesi, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Yeah, that method works really well. And that's actually Jackson's method. So, or Jackson or somebody. Yes. Khaleesi, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Good to see ya. You guys aren't following Khaleesi, give her a follow. She's actually one of CCP's spokespeople now. So yeah, definitely check her out. She's got CCP's ear. So yeah, if you can get that one. So yeah, Jackson Kicken's asking for some favor. So you gotta ping him. He doesn't been doing much. Been doing History of Eve interviews. There you go. Yep. So yeah, always good. Definitely check her out. Oops. I guess I should probably mine over here with Kragan, since he's just sitting here twiddling his damn thumbs again. Seems like everybody's doing Scordite, so I probably need to pick something else because you guys all do Scordite. But what else? Coloring book skins. There you go. There you go. But yeah, I got pretty far with Kragan. So I got the Mackerel skin. So really all he's got is the last two. So I'm going to mine a bunch of minerals today. And get those queued up and get going. So I should be able to finish it today. But rumor has it this is only stage 1 of X number, so.
The asteroid is depleted.
And so hopefully whatever the next one is, it'll end up using some of the same stuff so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Probably not, but you know, it would be nice, so. And then I'm really close to getting the daily load. So I've only got 2 more days, not counting today. So I'll do today and then I'll get tomorrow. So that's pretty good considering I think today's the 12th, right? Yeah, no, today's the 13th. For me, it's the 13th, 12th for you guys. But yeah, so yeah, that's probably the fastest I've ever done the dailies. Would be what, 14 days? So that's got to be a new record. So and now you learned something new, Jackson. How to make a squad. But yeah, I appreciate everybody being here. And I'm not even drinking yet. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, hey, so I guess your drive was okay? You made it home safe, so that's good. Glad to hear that. Always glad to hear that. That driving, that gets old real quick. Especially that far. What else? So yeah, I'm excited to try and get working after blue big chunks. There you go. Yeah, tired though. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, that does get real tiring. Yeah, that gets real tiring. Yeah, probably once you do that, then it'll start falling asleep on us. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's all right. We've got Kick in here now too, so worst case scenario, he'll step in and he always falls asleep. So we can always count on that. That's the biggest problem is at the end of the mining event trying to wake him up so that I don't leave him in the belt by himself. I've saved a lot of fireworks here in, or I think I did. Maybe I didn't. I thought I saved a bunch of fireworks here so that I could go and shoot some firewalks off and try and wake him up. But that only works if he's got his headset on. So. And I do got to give him credit though, Jackson. When you fall asleep, the boosts stop. When Kickin falls asleep, the boosts continue. So we can't get him awake, but the boosts keep going. So you know, so he's got a leg up on you. So, and there goes his whole herd of people coming in. So yeah. Excellent. Now we're cooking with gas. Yeah. He brought his whole family. He's got to make up for lost time. He's got to make up for lost time. Yeah, I was getting worried about you kicking because I hadn't seen you in quite a while. So I was like, okay, hopefully everything's okay. But yeah. Was out a bit last week. That's what I figured. I figured you might have been traveling. I'm really, really bummed that we didn't get together before I left. So now you're just going to have to come to the Philippines to visit me. So, and then we'll visit. Catch up. But yeah, it's kind of nice that we're actually getting the process started. And like I said, he also, the contractor this morning, he said he would be done the house in 2 to 3 months, which is way better than anyone else we've talked to. Most of them say 8 to 12 months. So that is kind of worth the extra cost if it comes down to it. So we do have one that I'm expecting to be really expensive that my wife wants us to talk to. That is a really big outfit. But I think they can probably do it in the same time frame because they're so big. Unfortunately, with the big ones, you also get into, they've got conflicting jobs. So I haven't tried the pizza yet. I still need to. And it turns out we've actually got like 3 pizza places right within a stone's throw of us here. So we have the one that actually shows up on Google Maps, which I think is the more famous one. So I'm going to try it first. But I'm not a huge pizza fan, so I'm curious what Filipino pizza tastes like. But there's also a burger joint. We got a McDonald's, which they serve burgers, but everybody I've talked to said they don't taste like American burgers, so which I would expect because they probably can't use a whole lot of the outlawed chemicals that we use in America. No. But I have been wanting to try a burger, so I think that's what I've been having a craving for lately is a burger. So you got to try it on stream so we can see your reaction. Okay, I'll do that. So yeah, so we'll work out a pizza thing and try the burger as well. So I'm hoping it's real American beef, not the Filipino beef. Not that there's anything wrong with the Filipino beef. It's just it's different and it tastes different. And so yeah, so I'm having a craving for a burger. But yeah, the McDonald's, they said burger. I've been told Burger King here. There's actually a Burger King in Lipa. We saw Sunday when we were there. There's a Burger King in Lipa, and I've been told Burger King is the closest to America, matching America. So, like I said, I had the KFC, and the chicken from KFC tastes exactly like America. So that was kind of a pleasant surprise. So we'll have a regular pizza party. There you go. There you go. So yeah, so that was a pleasant surprise because I really like KFC. My wife, on the other hand, is more of a Popeyes fan. They don't have Popeyes here, which I'm perfectly fine with. I never really liked Popeyes. But Popeyes actually served livers and gizzards, which is what she always wanted. So, which I'm definitely not a liver and gizzards fan. So, and she loved them. But what else? So yeah, we'll try the pizza on stream. We'll try the burger on stream. Yeah, I haven't, like I said, I'm curious. There's a It's funny. There's a major intersection here that actually leads to Lipa and all the other places, and that intersection we take when we go to our land, we take when we go to Lipa, we take when we go to church. So, but there's no traffic lights here, at least not in the province, and there's no stop signs here. So it's kind of one of those. It's you just kind of go your own way and don't hit anybody type of thing. It's like there's no laws here. And so it's always funny when we go through it because it's just a whole chaotic mess. So cars from 4 different directions trying to get through, and yeah, no rhyme or reason. But right there at that intersection is where this burger joint is, and it's some local joint. But yeah, they do coffee, they do milkshakes, they do burgers. So I'm like, okay, it sounds like a pretty good place. So Lee's has that also. Cool. I'm not too picky on chicken places, but usually the sides are not my jam. Yeah. So here, that was the one big difference with the KFC is the mashed potatoes were like that big. Which I was like, I always get the really large mashed potato in America, and so yeah, that was a weird surprise. So yeah, so I was kind of like, that's what I said to them. So they ended up getting like 5 mashed potatoes, so that they, try and equal it out, but it still didn't equal it out. But yeah, it was interesting. But like I said, the chicken tastes just exactly the same. I was like, wow. So yeah, so it must be a universal recipe. We had we went to when we were in Lipa on Sunday. We went to a Dairy Queen, and the Dairy Queens were different. Here they don't have everything that a Dairy Queen normally has. All they had were blizzards, and all they had were specific flavors of blizzard. So they were not able to. You couldn't get your own. Like I usually get like a banana marshmallow blizzard. And you couldn't get your own. You had to choose one of theirs. So I think I went with a mint Oreo cookie, which is what I went with, which was really good. But yeah, it was kind of meow. Are you sure it's chicken? So yeah, so like I said, the KFC tasted exactly the same. So I'm pretty sure it's chicken. But they grow a lot of chickens here, so chicken's usually not a problem. But it's the other stuff you got to worry about, the barbecue and things of that nature. That could be just about anything. So, which is fine. I'm not averse to trying new things. Like I said, on Sunday I actually had squid, which was the first time I've had squid, and they actually made the whole squid. I mean, they put it on the plate. It was the whole squid, tentacles and all. And I tried it. It was okay. I won't probably eat it again, but it was very chewy, kind of like octopus. I've had octopus before, and but yeah, it seems to be a delicacy here. They love it, and so my wife was like, "That's all right, I'll eat it," and I was like, "Okay, you can have it." So so now all my in-laws think that I'm adverse to seafood, and I'm like, "No, I'm not adverse to seafood. Just you guys' choices of seafood are a little different than our choices in America." So I haven't seen scallops yet. I haven't seen lobster yet. What else? I think they do have crabs. So I'm anxious to try some crabs, because crabs are always one of my favorites. I used to go visit my sister up by you, Jackson. She's in Delaware, and I used to go visit her for some so fried catfish. They don't have a whole lot of catfish here. Kind of weird. They do a lot of tilapia and a lot of bangus. But yeah, any chance that store there has buttermilk? The best fried calamari I ever had was marinated in buttermilk. Makes it super tender, not chewy at all. No, I haven't seen any buttermilk here. I haven't really seen a whole lot of real milk. The milk we've been buying for my coffee comes in a 1-liter cardboard container. And I think the first one we got was from Australia. The second one we got was from somewhere else. They taste about the same, so it really didn't make much difference. But yeah, it's I guess it's hard to come by milk here, and so it's not something they normally drink, or they usually do goat's milk. So, yeah, so buttermilk's probably way out. When we were at SNR, so that I say it correctly, yeah, they didn't have any buttermilk there either. They did have creamer. They had Coffee Mate was the only creamer they had, which is of course not the one that I use, and they had them in really small containers where I usually have half creamer, half coffee, and so I was like, yeah, that's not gonna work for me. So my wife was like, yeah, okay. So yeah, I'll just stick with the milk. It's working. So it's easier for us to get. And so, but then what else? They had salmon, which I have not seen any salmon here because it's just not a local fish. Toasted ravs. What's toasted ravs? Raviolis? You know, I should have looked for that. Yeah, I should have looked for that. I didn't see that in the SNR. But I didn't look at a whole lot of pasta. So maybe I'll look at that next time. We looked at the meat. They had a ton of meat. And of course, we didn't have a cooler. They were supposed to bring a cooler and they forgot the cooler. So we didn't buy any meat. But my wife was looking at the salmon heads. So I guess they make something here called sinigang, which is like a soup. And the best sinigang has fish heads in it. And you boil the fish heads as part of the soup. And they love it. And so she saw the salmon heads, which I'm like, yeah, we throw those away. And nope, not here. They sell them here, and they sell them top dollar. In fact, we grabbed one. We realized we didn't have a cooler, so we put it back. Well, somebody had gone and grabbed all of them, and then when we put ours back, he came and got the one we put back. I was like, okay, he's serious about it. So yeah, I don't know if he was buying for a restaurant or something. But yeah, but that's what she said that makes the best sinigang is to put the fish heads in it. And the salmon heads are like the best because they can't get salmon here. It's not a local fish. And so yeah, so we were looking at the salmon. My wife really likes salmon. And so yeah, so next time we'll make sure to take a cooler with us. Since it was a 3-hour drive back. So not really a good idea with frozen meat. Not unless you're going to use it as soon as you get home. What else? Yeah, we looked at the milk, and like I said, the milk wasn't really that good of a deal. So it's the brain power you get from that. I don't know what it is, but they love it. They love it. They'll eat the eyes. I mean, they eat everything. That's probably the worst part. I love fish, but I like the fish meat. I don't like the fish bones, the fish scales, the fish fins, the fish eyes. That's all stuff I throw away. Not here. Not here. Here they eat it all. They let nothing go to waste, which is good. Well, that's what I told her. I said, okay, well, I'll eat the fish part, and you can have all the rest. But yeah, it doesn't. And when they cook them, really all they do is they cut it open and take the guts out, and they cook it just like that. Scales, everything. And that's how they eat it. Pick it up and eat it. And I remember as a kid, my dad always saying, hey, don't swallow one of those fish bones. It'll get caught in your throat. And my wife's like, I've been chewing up fish bones since I was 3 years old. I'm like, yeah. Man, Kragan keeps running out over here. And then every single time I switch over to Kragan, it stops something on Falstaff. It's like I'm triggering it. But yeah, the S&R was kind of a nice to see. Like I said, we got some Lay's potato chips, which I have not seen anywhere here. Um, Ironically, I think in the mall in Lipa, I saw one other white guy. I'm not sure. I was far away from him, so I'm not sure if he was Australian or German or even American. And I just caught a glimpse of him as he was taking off. But I think I saw another white guy. My wife was actually commenting on that. She's like, there doesn't seem to be many foreigners here at all. And I was like, yeah, I said I think I saw one earlier, but I really couldn't tell. So, but yeah, so I'm definitely unique here. So when I was eating my Dairy Queen, my wife went into the bookstore,
Is depleted.
and they wouldn't let me in the bookstore because I had the ice cream with me, the Dairy Queen with me. Or it wasn't really ice cream; it was just a Blizzard, because that's all they serve were Blizzards. And so yeah, so I had the Blizzard with me, so I was finishing it off. Was it the Blizzard? No, we got the Blizzards on the way out. It was, I had a watermelon shake. That's what I had, watermelon smoothie. And so I was finishing it off from our lunch. And so they wouldn't let me in. And so my wife went in, and so I stood outside the bookstore and kind of just watched the people going by. I mean, it was Mother's Day, so the mall was packed. People go to the mall on the weekends to get the free aircon here, because not very many of them have aircon themselves. So they go to the mall to get the free aircon and kind of hang out. And yeah, it was kind of interesting because it was like I didn't see, like I said, I didn't see any other foreigners. At least not white foreigners. I did see some other Asians. There were probably some Chinese, some Vietnamese, but yeah, it was kind of interesting. So, and it was packed. But it's funny. They, I guess, maybe the 15th. So in 2 days, a movie is coming out here that we already saw before we left America. So I thought that was funny. Because I said to my wife, we already saw this movie. I can't remember what it is, but I said, we already saw this movie. And she's like, yeah, we already saw that. And I was like, okay. So yeah, it's just now coming out here in the Philippines. So like 2 months later. So that was kind of funny. I did learn something today about fitting for exploration. Oh, there you go. I always try to learn something new every day, whether I need it or not. The plus 15% T2 gravity scan rig is bigger than using two plus 10 T1 rigs. Oh, okay. At first, it doesn't add up until you remember that multiple rigs have diminishing returns. Yep. I got 91 probe strength versus 90 with extra calibration left for other rigs. That's cool. And it also, it also saves you a spot. So that's even worth it from there, because then you can add something else on there. Yeah. Yeah, I always try to learn something new every day. It doesn't always work out, and the bigger problem is trying to remember it. But yeah, so what else? So yeah, so the house build is progressing, and like I said, I asked him when he could start. He said as soon as you get the permits, or as soon as we get the permits, because he would actually get the permits. But there's a requirements list to get the permit, and we got to provide that. And so that's what we're going to work on. We're, like I said, we're not guaranteed we're going to go with him, but we will get that, because whoever we go with is going to need that. So, but yes, normally the contractor gets the permits,
Is depleted.
and so that's good, because that'll work out. But yeah. And he said, like I said, he said 3 to 4 months, which would be fantastic. So it's funny. I guess he's related to our landlord, because she came with him. And so his people, this contractor, his people have been doing work on the rental house that we've been doing. So that's how we found him. And so we've already seen their work. We've already seen, some of the stuff they do. So, but I expect this also carries over into emission and metric rigs for hacking. Yep, I bet it does. Yep. Yeah, anytime you do multiple, they do say diminishing returns. And in the past, that always worked. But as they add more modules, there's always a new fitting that can work better. So it's always good to keep in mind and kind of reevaluate. But yeah, we're pretty excited about getting the house started. Of course, the problem with getting the house started is I have to get my 401k worked out, because that's where the money for the house is going to come from. And so far, my 401k provider still doesn't consider me separated from my company, even though I've been gone for a month. So that's getting a little frustrating, but I'm figuring it'll probably be here in the next couple weeks, so that I can start getting something set up with them. Oh, I know the other one I was going to tell you guys. So I have a mail service that I set up that that tells me when I get mail. I have my mail from the old place forwarded to this place. They scan the envelope and then tell me when when I have mail, and I can have them open it and scan the inside and that kind of stuff and tell me what it is. But I got a jury duty summons that I received yesterday, which I thought was pretty funny. Of all the things. So I think I'm going to have to call them probably today and say, hey, I don't live there anymore. So, and get that unscrewed. But yeah, kind of funny. Kind of funny. Oh my lord, these things are disappearing faster than I can target them. But yeah, so jury duty summons. That ought to be interesting. I thought about just letting it go. But my thought is to let them know now that I don't live in their county anymore, so that they can do something about it. Get it fixed. Because otherwise, that's all I need is to probably have a warrant for my arrest, because I didn't attend jury duty, if I have to come back for some reason. So you should video call them and walk outside, show them all nature. Yeah, I probably will have to prove to them I'm not there. But yeah, I'll have to wait probably till tonight to call them. That's what I'll do, is I'll show them that it's dark outside. It's like, yeah, I'm on the other side of the earth. So I don't think I'm going to be able to make your jury duty. Sorry. Oh, sorry about that. Didn't get to the mutant time. Oof. Bribe them with a box of diets. There you go. I mean, you could also probably email copies of your plane ticket. Yeah. Well, just because I came here in April doesn't mean I'm not back, But yeah, I think it'll be fine. But yeah, they can easily check that I don't live at that place anymore. So, but yeah, it's kind of funny because I thought that's one I didn't even think about as a jury duty summons. Like, yeah. I forwarded the mail primarily because I thought, okay, let's make sure we don't miss anything. And jury duty summons was really not one of the things I was saying, because I wasn't originally going to forward the mail, because I was like, so do you have any fruit trees on your property? So I don't yet, but we are planning to plant some. So that's the part of the problem. One of the reasons we want to get started is because we want them to lay out the house, so then we know where we can plant. So plus we got to think about making sure that whatever we plant's not going to be in their way for building, because otherwise they'll just crush it. We had our first property, we had put fruit trees on, and we had paid somebody in the neighborhood to one of the guards to water them for us. And of course, the next time we checked, they were gone and destroyed. Somebody had cut them down. So yeah, so it was kind of a wasted effort. But so yeah, so we decided we weren't going to do that again. But no, she's planning on planting a whole bunch of stuff. So my brother-in-law has bananas and mangoes at his place, and so he's only 5 minutes from our lot. And so yeah, he brings us bananas every time he comes, and that's been fantastic. So in fact, it's more bananas even than I can eat. So. But they look like an egg covered in pointy. Yep, I've seen them. The Rabutin. Yep, it's one of the things my wife wants to grow, along with the malungai. So, oh, sorry. Ads are on. Jackson can't hear us anymore. So now we can talk about Jackson. So. But yeah, so yeah, our plan is to probably plant whatever he doesn't have, so we don't duplicate it. But one of the big ones I was interested in is, I guess you can take the top off of a pineapple, and you can plant it in the ground, and it'll grow another pineapple, which is pretty cool. So I never realized that. So yeah, so I'm anxious to try that out. So every time, it takes like 3 or 4 years, but but every time you eat a pineapple. So one of the guys that we watch, one of the vloggers we watch, he actually lives in Lipa, which I'm anxious to go visit him sometime. He's got a beautiful, huge house that he had built there. I'm anxious to go visit him sometime, probably get on his stream, which will probably get us a whole lot of views. But yeah, if you have land, you can just grow and grow, and that's our plan. Yep, that's our plan. So yeah, our lot is 1170 square meters. So just short of 1,200 square meters. But our house is less than 200 square meters, and it's only one floor. So we've got a lot of space. Now we do have a pool, so that's taking up some space, and a deck. That's not included in the 170 square meters, but yeah. So we've got a lot of room for plants and stuff like that. So yeah. So we're pretty excited to get some of that going. But like I said, we've got to also plan it out so that we don't get in the way for the builders. So yeah, so we're trying to sell our first lot, which actually it should sell pretty quick. The property keeps going up in value because the area keeps getting escalated. In fact, I'm kind of surprised it hasn't sold already, to be perfectly honest. We have an agent, I guess, that's listed it, but it's kind of weird because she's different. The agents here are a lot different than the way they work in America. So yeah, but yeah, that's part of it. Once we get that sold, that'll pay for probably half of our house bill. So kind of anxious to get it sold. I have enough in my 401k to cover the house bill if it doesn't sell. and then we'll just pay ourselves back.
Asteroid is depleted.
But it would be nice if it sold,
Is depleted.
if it sold early. Back from Bezos Bitchland. You just need to sub, Jackson, and then you'll be fine. Welcome back, yes. Thanks, Blue Greg. Welcome back. But then there's no comic relief. Yeah. Oh my lord. That's kind of ridiculous. That is really weird. It will not load. I wonder why. I mean, it's not even trying. What kind of laser crystals backs on the event ore? So there is no crystal that works on the event ore. So yeah, there's no crystal that works on the event ore. Sorry, I was trying to do something back then. I'm digging me some sourdough lately. What's the bread situation like that? So yeah, they don't do regular breads over here. So we did buy some bread when we were at or actually she bought it before we went to S&R, but yeah, she got it at the regular grocery store. But they did have a lot of breads at S&R, which were more normal. But yeah, different. That just linked the ship. 1 sec. Yeah. Yeah, there are no crystals that work on the event ore, so So I have to take my crystals off when I do the event more. But yeah, I was actually trying to... It's really weird because PayPal should work. That's coming up just fine. Let's try this. All right. That's just linked to ship, yeah. All right. Got to keep up with my Hulk. So let's try this again. Ah, there it is. All right, there we go. I don't know why that won't come up. Ah, fudge. That really sucks.
The asteroid is depleted.
Good God, you guys are killing me. All right, I give up. Sorry, Jackson. I was trying to gift you a subscription, but it will not let me do PayPal for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, so no, the bread, when we did the SNR, they had a bunch of different breads, and that was more normal. But mostly in the grocery stores, they have something they call Panda Sol here, and so and that's usually they're like rolls, and you can buy them first thing in the morning. That's the only time they sell them. And so I haven't done that one. So thanks, Kickin, for the gift sub. I was trying to give Jackson a gift sub, and I don't know why it wouldn't let me do PayPal. The PayPal will not connect, no matter how hard I try. And I don't know why, because I logged directly into PayPal from here, and it worked. But for some reason, I guess the link that Twitch is trying to use is not a good link. So, thanks, Kickin. Yeah, I was figuring for as many as Jackson has given in the past, I could definitely do a gift sub for him. So. Might need to invest in a small bread making machine. I thought about that, but honestly, I'm not really missing the bread. My wife bought 2 loaves of bread at the grocery store, and they're small. You know, they're not normal bread shape. So it's not like I can make sandwiches out of anything. And we don't have lunch meat or anything, so it's kind of like, so yeah. So, but yeah, they like I said, the pan de sal is really good, and they also make something called crap. I can't think of the name of it, but it's they put things inside the bread. So like a filled donut, but it's with bread. So you get a bread like a roll, and they'll put meat in it, or they'll put ube, which is a fruit here, or you can get them with all kinds of mangoes. You can get them with all kinds of stuff. And so when you go to a bakery, they have those, and I can't remember what they call it. There's a name for it. So, but yeah. But yeah, the pan de sal is something that you have to pick up first thing in the morning. That's the only time they sell it because they make it fresh. And so once they sold out, they don't make any more. And so I haven't been up early enough to go get any, but I've been talking about doing that since we got here, over a month ago, and I haven't picked any up. So, but yeah, the ones that have the stuff in it, that's called something different. And that's going to bug me because yeah, so pan de sal is what they call it. It's the name of it's called the translation is bread. And so but they're like little rolls. And so yeah, so pan de sal. Pan de sal. Yeah. And so yep, there you go, pan de sal. Yep. And so yeah, so it's weird. That's what they sell first thing in the morning. And so you go to the bakery and you get that first thing in the morning. The other ones, like I said, they have a name where the bread, and then they have things that they bake inside of it. So they'll do meats, they'll do fruits, they'll do vegetables, and so yeah, so all kinds of stuff. One of the vloggers that we watch, he's a Filipino, but he grew up in America and actually served in the American Air Force, and now he's retired here. And so he does a lot of vlogging in the morning. Is when he does his morning walk, he vlogs and talks about different topics. And he always picks up one of those with ube in it, which is his favorite, which is like a vegetable. It's a purple, very bright, it's kind of a darker purple vegetable. But it's very popular here. They have ube ice cream, they have ube everything. And so, oh my goodness. Well, this belt's done. My goodness gracious. We killed this one pretty quick. Makes me want to break diet and get a Panda Glory. My Abuela Glory used to love them. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. Like I said, I've been meaning to pick up but I have to walk. So yeah, so our place, it's not super far from the gate, but we're in a gated community. And so I have to walk through the gate, and then once I get out to the main street, I can there's several bakeries out there, and I can find one and buy the pan de sal. But you literally got to do it by like 8 in the morning. And here lately, I haven't been getting up till 8 in the morning. So, but that's one I always thought about that I would do is I would get up early and walk. and I haven't been doing that. I haven't gotten inspired enough to do that yet. So plus the wife is keeping me up till 1 a.m. watching television, and I'm like, last night I finally fell. I told her I'm going to sleep. She's like, "See, I knew it. You're just gonna sleep." I'm like, I got up at 5 o'clock yesterday morning to talk to my daughter, and so yeah, I said, yeah, I'm running a little short, and so, but yeah, it's interesting. But I'm gonna have to figure out what they call the other one because that's gonna bug me. That's really, really gonna bug me. But yeah, this belt's about done. So where are we going next? No, it's got a special name, and the guy, like I said, the guy gets them every morning. I'm really pissed off that it didn't let me log into PayPal. That really pisses me off. I'm betting that Twitch is using the wrong link. No, that's not it. It says so. I think it's Showpow. So SIOPAO. Showpow. And so you can get them with meat. You can get them with vegetables. You can get them with fruits. The spelling is a little bit different than the
asteroid is depleted.
than the way I remember him pronouncing it. So, but yeah, it's all right. We're on the last two. So you didn't set up a new one yet? Well, I'll keep Falstaff here and keep an eye on you guys. So which way do we want to go? Do we want to go low or what's up, USA for the win? Good to see you this morning. Do we want to go down or up? Up or down? That's what he said. That's what she said. So we're at 7-1. So if we go down, that would be 6-1 or 7-2. Let's do 7-2. All right. I'm gonna send Kragan over there.
The asteroid is depleted.
Well, and there you go. Yeah, let me send Kragan over there to check it out. So 7-2. All right. Yeah, 7-2 is good. It's got a lot of roids, and we've got some rats here, so I'll get the rats taken care of. They don't bother anyone. Piece of cake. Piece of cake. Alright. And I'll get these guys salvaged up while I move into position. Oops. But yeah, Shopow is what they call it. I wasn't thinking that was what he was saying, but now maybe it was. But like I said, he always gets his with ube, and so he's a big ube fan, which I'm not a big ube fan, but ube's very popular here. Okay. That's weird. Yeah, let's do this. But they have them with cheese, they have them with meat, they have them with, you know, all kinds of stuff. Mango, banana. So I was thinking that would be, I need to find a bakery that does that kind of thing. Now we're cooking with gas. All right. Falstaff's the only one over here, so let's pick up these cargo containers so we don't leave any trace that we were here. Yeah, that sounds like the perfect late night stack with beer. You should open up a bar there. There you go. There you go. And I'd have to work. I'm really enjoying not working. My wife's talked about that, is opening up like a restaurant. And I'm like, you know, that would be great because she loves to cook. I said, but then you're cooking every day for the, you know, for the unforeseeable future because you really can't close. And most you close like one day a week. And so it's like, and so I'm like, yeah, that's I want to stay away from the work. So of course I guess people would say streaming is work. So, and it can be, but I enjoy it, so it's not really work for me. But and I guess that would be the same as if you enjoy cooking or something like that, then maybe it wouldn't be work, but my wife made me stop drinking a long time ago. So that would be like Sam Malone, right? Recovering alcoholic who owns a bar. You know? So I'm not a recovering alcoholic, but yeah. But drinking is very popular here. In fact, so that was one of the other ones I was going to bring up. So yesterday was the election. And it was quite interesting. Let's warp to Kragan. Because buying votes here is not it is against the law, but it is widely accepted and done. And so I was really shocked to find that out. And so my wife watches a lot of political bloggers, and so she was watching them. and they were talking about buying the votes and all that stuff, and I was just like, that is crazy. That is just crazy. But I guess it is very common here, and so yeah, so it was kind of interesting because it was like it probably happens in America. They do it a lot. They're a lot quieter about it because they can actually be prosecuted for it. Here, it is blatant and open because I guess no one ever gets prosecuted for it. So it's not as big a deal because nothing ever happens. And I'm like, that's just crazy. And I asked her, I said, so it is illegal? And she's like, yeah, it's illegal, but nobody ever gets prosecuted for it. So I'm like, okay, well then that kind of means it's not illegal then. If no one ever gets prosecuted for it, it's really not illegal. So yeah. So I guess it just depends on how big the place is, how many seats tables. That's true. Yeah, and drinking here is very popular. Smoking here is still very popular. So, which I was kind of surprised by. I, I always thought of the Filipinos as smarter than Americans, but not so much. So, because there's still a lot of smoking here. So, and actually, there is not many roids here after all. We misjudged this one. There's a lot of roids here. There's just not a lot of roids. All right, let's bring you back. But yeah, it's interesting. So, because yesterday being the election, it was blatant on YouTube and everywhere, talking about buying votes and different things, and I was just really shocked because I was like, I said, so it's not illegal? And she's like, no, it is illegal. And I'm like, okay, then why are they so open about it? And she's like, because no one ever gets prosecuted for it. I said, well, I guess that kind of means that, it's not illegal if no one ever gets prosecuted for it. So, I thought I hit approach. Did I not hit approach? Could have swore I hit approach. Hello? I'm not dropping frames, but I'm definitely not getting closer to this cargo container. I mean, what the hell's going on? Oh, I'm caught on something. What am I caught on? Oh, I'm caught on a asteroid. Okay. I'm like, what the heck? Yeah, I'm not moving at all. Stop. So where is the cargo? That's why we're having trouble, is because I can't get to it. Where the hell is it? All right, well, that's worthless. How much longer will you be here for Fleet Bond? I will be here at least another hour and a half, probably longer since I started late. So, if I need to up my calf pal. So, but you're welcome to leave whenever you need to. I can always go get the porpoise Kickin's also here, if he's still awake. I don't know why the cargo container is not there. So why are you aiming that direction? I mean, what the hell am I caught on? There is nothing here. I literally have no idea what it thinks I'm caught on. That's the 21. All right, so where's the other one? Okay. There's nothing there. I mean, what the hell, guys? I mean, what am I caught on? Good God. That's freaking ridiculous. Anyway. Stretch. Thanks, Jackson. Stuck. It seems like I am stuck in quicksand. That's exactly what it seems like. Really strange. You know, if I was right on top of an asteroid, I would kind of understand, but I wasn't. So it was almost like it was just like, hey, we're not going to let you move. So, and then it was all for metal scraps. So that was very, very helpful. Thank you for that. Can't have you all getting stuck. Exactly. Exactly. Well, leave it to me. Leave it to me. Luckily, with these awesome boosts, I can go way out and pick up these cans. Somebody's boosting like a mofo. Yeah, when I boost, I don't get anywhere near this distance. Nowhere near this distance. Another metal scrap. So glad. It's all kicking. There you go. Yeah, that's the other thing. We could probably just switch over to kicking if you need to go. If he isn't already asleep. Because he'd have to switch out his boost. Massive, massive. Condensed, condensed. I'm just fine. Yeah, he won't give it up. I was only curious. Yeah, like I said, since I started late, I'm going to try and go longer. So, what do you think about no prop? Just a survey scanner instead. Sorry to brutalize your fit. Yeah, I never bother with a survey scanner. I just mine until it pops. What's good enough for me. So, love you. Love you long time. Yeah. I love you too, buddy. I was trying to give you a gift sub to show you how much I love you, but PayPal. And it's weird because the link still won't come up. It is still trying. So obviously Twitch is using the wrong PayPal link. Or at least it's not available here. It's not even trying to come up. I don't know why. Is this a 18 plus channel? Yeah. Yeah, probably. I always mark them when I load them out to YouTube as not meant for kids. So, call staff ran out of space. Damn it. Hate when I do that. I will have FU money one day. Yeah, I always say that too, but I don't know that I'm getting any closer. I'm going to try a few event combat sites later just to try it out. There you go. Yeah, I've avoided the combat sites. I never have the right fit, and so. But actually, I think a couple people gave me fits for the combat sites, so I was thinking about trying them too. But the manufacturer one, and now that I've got enough blueprints, the manufacturer one is smooth as silk. So blame CCP. Hulks used to have plenty of space. Yeah, they did. They did. Because they used to have 3 miners as well. Yeah, that was way back. That was way back.
The asteroid is depleted.
That was way back. That was way back. That was way back. I like the reference to FU money. So yeah. Honestly, I think they changed that one while I was gone one time, because otherwise that would have probably made me leave. But I remember when I came back this time, I couldn't undock any of my Hulks because they all had 3 miners, and they were in trig space because the trigs had taken over my former home system. And so they were all in trig space, and I didn't have enough status with the trigs to be able to refit. I'm like, seriously? Refitting should always be allowed. And so, yeah, I spent probably 3 to 4 weeks trying to get CCP to fix my Hulk so that I could actually undock them. So, reading in-game chat, I just realized I could have jump cloned to heck. Brought a couple endurances and joined you. Bedtime soon. No worries, Amitation. You're always welcome. Hindsight's always 20/20, buddy. That's what I do. I clone jump from Venolin today, so I had driven back to Venolin, and unfortunately, I left my rock hauler there. So now I'm gonna have to. I have my Astero here, so I'll fly my Astero home, and then use and then bring the rock hauler back. So, but yeah, because I'll need the rock hauler to haul all this ore. So, but yeah, hindsight's always 20/20. So we understand completely. We understand. All right. We got everything cleaned up. Yeah, this belt's going to be gone in no time, so it was kind of on the smaller side, so. So yeah, it was funny when we went to SNR, we spent 10,000 pesos, which is like $200, which is roughly what we always spent when we went to Costco. So it was kind of interesting. You know, they had a rotisserie chicken, and it was the equivalent of $5, just like Costco, which was kind of nice. It was really small. The Costco rotisserie chickens were really big. But yeah, I think everything is genetically enhanced in America pumped full of hormones so that, they don't care about causing Alzheimer's or anything else. But we want to make sure our chicken is big. Where here they're more realistic. So yeah, it was an average sized chicken, but it was good. And then they had muffins, so we got some muffins, which was something we always got from Costco. But then we bought, laundry detergent, a bunch of other things that that were American that we couldn't get here in the regular grocery store. So that was kind of nice. But yeah, we ended up spending about $200. And they actually did. Damn it, I skipped dinner. I hate when I skip dinner. Yeah. And this is torture. Sorry, buddy. Sorry. But yeah. So it was kind of nice. It was nice to be able to pick up some of that kind of stuff, but I was shocked that we spent that much. So, like I said, the Coke products were really cheap, like less than $1 for a 2-liter bottle, which I haven't seen in America in a very long time. Even on sale, I'd be lucky to get like $1.25. So that was kind of nice. But send you a virtual slice and a beer. There you go. But yeah, so that was kind of nice. But it was nice to see the SNR, so at least we know what's available there. We picked up a lot of snacks because since we're watching a lot of TV, that was kind of that's what I guess my retirement's going to be now, is streaming and watching TV with the wife. So while I'm streaming, she's doing the laundry and other stuff, and then when I'm done, I have to watch TV with her. So yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. But does your wife make fun of you talking to internet strangers? No. Actually, it's funny because back when we were in America, she was not a fan of the streaming. Now she's a big fan of the streaming. So, but yeah, it's kind of weird because I was shocked that she made the change. But I think part of it is she wants me out of her hair for at least a couple hours a day, and it is working to that end. So. Uh-oh, we got a Vexer coming in. Not sure what he's doing here, but surely he's not thinking he's going to pick off one of us. So. Should we target him? Really scare the crap out of him? No, there he goes. He got the picture. He got the picture. Good God almighty. You guys are killing me. He got the picture. Excuse me. I have PvP defense drones on board. Okay, cool. More than enough to smash a Vexer. Yeah, I think he realized that. I don't think that's what he was looking for. He probably was just ratting. Mine just doesn't understand gaming streaming. Yeah, mine doesn't either. She doesn't understand gaming at all. Her idea of gaming is her color by number that she does on her telephone. It's that's a game for her. And I'm like, yeah, that's not a game. Yeah, she doesn't understand gaming. But in her defense, I don't understand shopping. So she will go shopping for 10, 12 hours a day and buy nothing. And that is just a complete and utter waste of my time. If I go shopping, I'm going to get something. Because that's the whole reason I went shopping in the first place. Get in, get what I need, and get out as quickly as possible. That's the game, right? But she can go shopping and do all day and not buy nothing. So yeah, that's what I've been told, is be glad she doesn't buy anything. That doesn't happen very often, but yeah, she almost always buys something. But she has been really good since we got here. She realizes we're on kind of we're on a budget. So especially since the house. She really wants the house. So I think once the house is built, then it'll probably change some because she'll realize we're doing okay. We're doing fantastic. I mean, we estimated $2,000 a month US, which is roughly 100,000 pesos, and we're not spending anywhere near that. So yeah, 10 hours of shopping could bankrupt me. Yeah, she's had some days where she's really gone overboard, and the debit card notifies me when she spends, but the credit cards don't. And so she's actually figured that out and several times used a credit card so that I don't know what she's doing. But that was all back in America, so yeah. Cheers, guys. I cracked the bottle and it's after midnight. There you go. Oh, it's what I meant. Yeah, I know what you meant. He's already drunk. He just cracked the bottle and he's already drunk. Man, you're a cheap date. Ugh. I gotta stop that yawning. I don't know why I'm yawning. I'll just be slightly buzzed by the time Fleet wraps up. Okay, well that's good. We're gonna hold you to that. Because I don't see that. Happy to come bring boost to event or for you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It's always good having you on board. So I can follow you in my port. There you go. Buzz there. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's pretty late for you already. So pretty late for you. We need to get your situation there straightened out, Jackson, so then you can save some money to come visit me. So, but then again, you only need to do 7,000 at a time. Yep. Yeah, and that's what I do. I sit out in the whatever it is field, and I've got all the blueprints queued up, and just until I run out of minerals, and then I got to go back and do some stuff. But I just hang out in mine and keep the field warm for you. There you go. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to finish the event today with Kragan. And then once I finish it with Kragan, I'll switch over to... I only need, I think, 15 points with Falstaff to be done. So I want to try and see if I can get one of those suits. Even if I get a female one, I'll give it to Respin, so that'll be good. So you can just go back and forth to build cell. Yep. And move the event bar. Yep. Yeah, that works out really good. Like I said, until I run out of minerals, and then that's when it's like, ah, crap. And I didn't want to mine a whole... I did actually in the beginning. Jerry Can and I mined a whole bunch one night. And so I've already reprocessed all those and used them. So... But yeah, that was one of those where it was like, yeah, I don't want to mine a whole bunch of mineral and then have it left over and nothing to do with it once this event ends here in, what, 2 days? I think it's 2 days. Actually, it doesn't sound there. Yeah, so you can see here, I only need 35 points. FBI, open up! For Falstaff, so. Blitz, thanks for the raid, buddy. Welcome, Raiders. Good to see you, Blitz. No worries. Give the kids a big hug for me. Appreciate the raid. Nightshade, good to see you. Ron Ninja. Ro Ninja. I like Ron Ninja better, but Ro Ninja. Good to see you guys. Thanks for being here. Any friend of Blitz's is a friend of mine. So welcome. We're doing our mining event tonight. You guys are welcome to join us. We're actually in Ufine. So if you want to join us, We'll be here for, I'm thinking at least another hour, hour and a half. So, depending on how close you guys are. We've got a lot of belts here, so we're not going to run out of belts, so that's good. Getting ready to cry like a child, you?
The asteroid is depleted.
Wormhole PD are too important for mining. I hear that. I hear that. I wanted to offer. Everyone is welcome. I do not discriminate. We do not discriminate. Everyone is welcome. Everyone is welcome. It's not for a bad reason, just a really, really sad part of the game I'm playing. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So, snorting donuts and stomping ventures all day. They might unpucker in a belt on a belt. Expedition 33. That's a new one that's out. I haven't tried that one yet. Xenoblade. There you go. Xenoblade. I never played that one either. I've heard a lot of good things about it, so. It's expensive, but hand to heart, best game I've ever played. Cool. See, I don't mind paying for them as long as they're worth it. So, you just downloaded Expedition 33? Okay. Yeah, I thought about doing Game Pass again to get a couple of those, but it's nice when they're on Game Pass because at least you can try it before you buy, which is kind of nice. And Game Pass is super cheap, so. Come on, guys, you got to get closer. One dead. Man, you guys killed it before I even got a chance to target it. If I tried to play Expedition 33 on my place, it would explode. Well, then we need to get you upgraded. That's no way to be. Yeah, that's like, yeah. 1080 Ti is a great card even today. Yeah, they are. They are. Just got a 1080 Ti. That is still a good card, but 5 generations behind. Yeah. Yeah, and most of those newer games, so yeah, the newest ones they always go with the latest and greatest cards, so they're kind of catered to it. So yeah, yeah, I'm the same way. I got to keep the temperature down so I don't fry it. Only game I play that puts it up there is Ark. There you go. And Eve, yeah, yeah. The 3rd gen Ryzen 7. Yep. Ads are getting ready to start. Sorry, guys. I don't know why I'm yawning. Stop that. Nobody wishes they still had ads. I'm still kind of pissed off that the PayPal link wouldn't work. I mean, what the hell's going on with Twitch? It is still spinning. I mean, it's been over an hour now. So it's definitely the wrong link. Definitely the wrong link. Yeah, very convenient for bathroom breaks. Sorry, Ro Ninja. Forbidden. Error. URL doesn't exist. Error.
The asteroid is depleted.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Doesn't like the page. Good God, we've almost killed this belt. I'm just too lazy to move or use it. So I am sitting on mountains of compressed ore. There you go. I still have every scrap of ore we ever mined together in these ops. Really? Holy cow. Well, that's crazy. That's kind of crazy. You could sell it to Blossom. Actually, yeah, I think you got to get it to Jita to sell it to her. Of course, I don't know. Now that she's doing Star Wars, she might not buy it anymore. I don't know. She said she was still buying it. I am just here to mine for fun, not profit. There you go. Well, but yeah, you could always sell it to her at least. That way, at least you pay for the fuel and everything. Like I said, make sure you grab fuel from the corp hangar. I need to check it and see where we're at and see if I need to buy some more. I don't think Kickin ever takes it from the corp hangar. These asteroids are disappearing faster than I can target them. I have once in a while, yeah. I just collect things. There you go. Yeah, see, I shuttle all my ore back every week and use it to build stuff. Use it to build stuff. That Empire belt yesterday, that was pretty good. I shuttled that back last night. But I think I will just dump the compressed ore in the corp hangar and let you build until the end of time. There you go. Yeah, that'll probably take care of it. It'll probably take me 19 trips to get it all back to Venolin, but That's all right. If that's what you want to do, I've been selling Squall BPC packs in Amar. There you go. For a little extra money. Yeah, I bet you those sell pretty good. I bet you those sell pretty good. Yep. Yep, those probably sell pretty good. Architect of Nightmares. Praxis. There's a Praxis one. Wheel of the Woke. $15. Up. You know what? I bet you we got another 15. I didn't think about that. Make sure you collect your 15 skill points. Should be out there. So should I get everyone to level 99? Everyone is at 96 currently, and it shouldn't take long to beat the Super Bows. Yeah, there you go. Now that I move P out of Null Row, we have no idea what he's talking about. He's talking about the. So no, it's not out here yet. Must be tomorrow. He's talking about the his other game. Last I spoke to her, she said something mid-June, I believe. Oop.
The asteroid is depleted.
They're disappearing faster than I can target them. Tuesday, got my hopes up. When does reprocessing make sense? I have 62.9 and lose money reprocessing in yeah, Azabel. Yep. Yeah, reprocessing pretty much wherever you can get the highest you can. So I usually just do it in the NPC stations, not a big deal. So did get the spell point on the event reward login track though. That's good. Yep. I think mine's tomorrow. So yeah. Tuesday got my hopes up. Tomorrow after downtime, Blue. There you go. She's fine. Doesn't have access to a PC, though. Did her PC die? Yeah, I didn't ask, but probably. Yep. I don't even worry about it anymore. Just compare the sell value versus the repro. Yep, that's what I do. I would ship her my backup PC gladly at no charge. Kill that excess inventory before it becomes an anchor. Yep. Skills are when repros makes money. Yep. And would work great for most games she plays. Yep. Yeah, I think on player stations I can get up to 74%. But I think that's the highest you can get. I've got max skills. It might be 72%. I can't remember. But the problem with the player stations is you got to worry that they're going to tear their station down and keep all your stuff. So yeah, in Venolin I use a player station in Hogamo, which gives me the little bit extra. But then I've got to always worry about shuttling the minerals back and forth, because then I have too many minerals since I'm getting an extra, 10%. Your stuff goes into asset safety. Yeah, they're supposed to. I've had a couple where they didn't, and they actually just kept them. But they probably have fixed that now. So, but yes, it's supposed to go into asset safety. It used to be an exploit way back, so I think they probably fixed that. So I probably shouldn't be saying that anymore. What I cannot sort out is crafting for profit. I have many BPs from Twitch prizes and good deals I have found, and nearly all would build at a loss. Figure it's a skill issue. Well, what you got to do, what I do is I buy the originals and then I research them down, because when you get to BPCs, a lot of times they're not researched to a point that it's going to be profitable. So they have to be something that you want to build to build. For the others, I research my originals down, and then I'll build a BPC off of it, and then invent from that BPC with a decryptor that will improve the material and or time bonus on the result, and then that's where it gets profitable. So for the ones that I build a lot, that's what I do. So. And there are a lot of skills inside skills, so that's a lot of nesting. But yeah, usually the BPCs you just buy off the market, they're going to be one, or off the contract, they're going to be ones that you just want to build, because BPO is definitely building for profit. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, BPO is definitely for profit, because I have all my BPOs researched to the max material wise. I don't bother too much with time, because time is time. That doesn't really save me much. But with the others, I research all my BPOs down to the max, which takes forever, but it is worth it. And then that's where my profitability comes in. So, for instance, I can build a prorater right at about 80 million. And right now they're selling for between 140 and 160 million. So, almost double. So, and that, unfortunately, the sale price fluctuates quite a bit, but also the cost. I have to buy the moon materials, and so that cost fluctuates a lot. So yeah, but BPC is for building for yourself. Yep. I build my big X with BPCs. Yep. Yeah, BPO is definitely an investment. So the prorater, well, the sigil is what the BPO was for the prorater. And then the Imicus is the BPC I bought for the Helios. The BPO I bought for the Helios. And so yeah, it does fluctuate from time to time, but yeah. Sometimes the moon materials go up quite drastically, but I try to build 4 or 5 at a time, especially when they're low. And then that way I have them and can sell them. And then I also can wait for the price to go up. I've had the price go up to almost 170 million for the prorater a couple times. Helios, I don't get as much. I think the Helios sells for about between 20 and 40 million, but it cost me considerably less to build as well. So, but yeah, the prorater is where I make most of my money. So. But yeah, they're and like I said, I started building them primarily because it's the one that I fly the most. So I'd really like to get a BP for an Astero so that I could start building those, because I can make a ton of profit off of those. But honestly, the BPCs I've looked at cost as much as the damn ship does. So. Not worth it. Come on, gotta get closer. You guys got to it before I did. Somebody's on their game. There isn't a BPO for faction ships. I didn't think there was, but I can always dream. Somebody's building them, so I think somebody's got one. There's an awful lot of BPCs out there for them that are being sold top dollar. It took me 40 days to research my Skull BPO. Yep. Yeah, the research takes a while. And I've actually put a lot of points into those research skills as well to try and cut some of that down. But the maxed out BPCs sell very well. Yep. Yeah, because if you use a decryptor on those, you get huge bonuses on the resulting BPCs. So that's well worth it. So holy mackerel. We only got like 6 asteroids left in this belt. I don't want him targeting those. No, he's gonna have to.
Is depleted.
So we going down again? Morty, what's up, buddy? I am doing well. Still getting used to the heat, but other than that, not too big of a problem. That is like trig ships. Most of the stuff to build them come from running abyssals. Yep. 7-3. All right, we're gonna do 7-3. I'll send Craig in here in just a second. Yeah. Very, very humid. Very humid. I get out of the shower and I'm sweating again before I even get dried off. It's very frustrating. Very frustrating. Very frustrating. So the Trig Assault Frig is probably the highest DPS. Yeah, is that the Kikimora? Get that table set up. There you go. So I did actually. It's I posted some pictures up on the Discord if you want to take a look at it. Yeah, I got some, so that it turned out fantastic. Very nice. Yeah. Turned out very nice. I finally got it. Took forever, but I finally got it. And they did a fantastic job, so I can't complain. Yeah, it turned out really nice. I was using the throne for a while, but unfortunately it's a hardwood, and even with 2 cushions on it, it was still taking a toll on my rear end. So I'm back in the plastic chair now. So hopefully in the next couple weeks my gaming chair will arrive from America. We have never lost anything from America so far, but I'm willing to bet that my gaming chair and the green screen will probably be in the first shipment that we ever lose, so which would really hack me off. So But yes, the desk turned out fantastic. Really, really nice. They did a really good job. Really good job.
The asteroid is
All
depleted.
right. So I'm gonna sit here and cover your back, Jackson, while while Kragan goes and checks out the next one. 25 kilometers, yeah. We're gonna do 7-3, right? Yeah, we're in 7-2. So yep. Finished the track on the alt. Excellent. I haven't yet, but I'm really close. I should finish it today. I'm 90% done. Xenoblade 3's DLC in 40 hours. Wow, that's pretty good. 40 hours though. That's still massive enjoyment. We've got NPCs here in 3. But nothing we can't handle. And of course rats, but I'll have them gone before you guys get here. They're not a problem. But it looks like the NPCs we were dealing with in 1 moved to 3. So here they come. Actually, the rat's giving me a little bit of a run for my money. There we go. He's gone. He's gone. All right. On my way to 3. Okay, excellent. So yeah, I'll have to check out Xenoblade, Road Ninja. That sounds like a pretty good one. I'm not a big fan of the expensive ones, but if it's worth it, I will pay for it. Boom, 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 boom. If you have a Switch, but you'll need one to play it. Okay, cool. I just looked on Steam and I didn't see it. So that's why I was wondering. So that makes sense. All right. Playing the games in order is the best way to play the series. Cool. Okay, I'll check it out. Falstaff's cleaning up stuff on the other side, so I'm going to switch you guys over to Kragan. Since I'm multi-boxing here, so... And playing the games in order is the best way to play the series. Cool, cool, cool. 34. We should be able to do it. Thank God he's taking forever to get there. Yeah, see, that's where I'm at. Especially if the Switch 1 works just fine, why would I upgrade? Yeah, I understand. There's always somebody that's got to have the latest and greatest, and my payments are being cut off in August, so I'm on limited money. Yep. I just got a Switch old 11 months ago. There you go. Can't really justify the upgrade. Yeah, I'm the same way. If the Switch 1 works, why buy the 2? But that's what the problem is. They start putting out new games that are only good for the new one. That's how they get you. That's how they get you. All right, Kragan finally cleaned up everything. Now, or excuse me, Falstaff finally cleaned up everything. So now he's coming to you guys. Underachiever. Actually, the other way. So. For the better quality, yeah. I'm not paying $80 for Mario Kart. Exactly. Right. My TV has great upscaling, so not needed really. Well, it's got a better screen and better CPU, GPU. So yeah, new games are going to be made for it. Yep. Yeah, and that's what they always do. They cater the new ones just to that. Try and get you. Try and get you. Try and get you. I gotta wait a minute for the burst. Come on, you can do it. Come on. There it is. You off. All right. Duck Hunt's a good one. Yeah, same thing. That's true. Yeah, same thing happens with the PC. So I just want my CRT TV back and good old Hogan's Alley and Duck Hunt. There you go. Duck Hunt's a good one. I enjoy Duck Hunt. You can still play brand new games with a 3-year-old GPU, but consoles are a whole ecosystem. Yep. I have my original PS. That's as far back as I've kept. Yep, which is the main reason why I've never been a console gamer. Yep, I have my PS and my GameCube. There you go. Regular Nintendo Duck Hunt with the guns. I use my 3DS a lot. It's my most used console besides my Switch. Yeah, the Switch is probably the only one I would actually do. It seems to be
The asteroid is depleted.
semi-cost effective. Alright, so Falstaff's back, so we'll switch back to Falstaff. So I have a Steam Deck. Yep, I do. I don't even have a Steam Deck. I've been thinking about getting a Steam Deck. They say it's really good when you're streaming, but I haven't needed it, so I hate to pay for something I don't really need. I have my Commodore 64 and my TI. Yeah, I had an Atari way, way back. And the Commodore 64 with the tape drive. With the tape drive. Yeah, see, everybody has told me that the Steam Deck is nice. I haven't tried it. I've actually gotten by without it, so yeah, so it's probably one of those where, but it's one I've been looking at. So, but yeah, the Commodore 64. So, original Game Boy. Wow. Yeah, tape drive, floppy, and the printer. Yep, I had the tape drive, and then I upgraded to the floppy. Yeah, definitely the dot matrix printer. Yeah. Yeah, upgraded to the floppy. That was a huge upgrade. Used to play it every day before class. Yep. Now, unless you want to stream while laying in bed or the couch, it's a downgrade from a full-size PC. Yeah, I'm always going to do the full-size PC anyway. So, yeah, yeah. All right. Got those. That's massive. But then this is condensed. Okay. We're on a new belt. I was like, what? Does this look different? We're on a new belt. Gotta remember how to mine. Used to play it every day before class. Tetris is good to play before math class. There you go. Get your spatial reasoning going on. Floppy disk soaked in coffee still work. Mine are scratching the CD, never worked again. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Cassette tapes, back in the old days with the music cassette tapes, you could take a pencil and wind them back up. They kept working. CDs, you get one little anything on it, and it stops working. And don't even get me started on 8-tracks. 8-tracks is probably before a lot of your time, but my first music was on 8-track. I mean, those were durable. You could actually run the car over an 8-track and still play it. We had a movie store that repaired scratch CDs. Yeah, see, that'd make good money doing that. Someone travels a lot, then yeah, your Steam Deck is great for that, but it's not really a proper PC replacement, okay? Floppy disk soaked in coffee worked, yep. Needed my tape drive for my TI, so I Texas Instruments, so I could back up my speech synthesizer scripts. There you go. Like the movie, VCR record and pause during commercials. There you go. Yep, yep, yep. The good old days. The good old days when life was simple. I saw that one, Respin. That's a nice one. I saved it. Thanks. Yeah, I saved that one earlier when I saw you on it. $3 billion to make it. Yeah, exactly. But worth it. Worth it. Not sure what happened there. I hear the wife going through the doors, so I don't know what's going on. Trying to figure out if I want to pull the trigger. Buyer's remorse. All right? Yeah. I've been there, done that. Been there, done that. Buyer's remorse. Buyer's remorse. Ship collector. Yeah, I got a lot of those too. It adds to the bottom line. So yeah, when you're looking here, it shows you your total worth, total net worth. That's where that adds in right there. So all those extra ships, 21 billion. I'm like 21 billion. I'm not seeing that. And then it's all those ships I have. It's like, yeah, this belt is going by fast. So tell the wife to quiet down. Men are working in here. Yeah. I'll let you tell her that. Yeah. She might be smaller than me, but she's feisty. I'm at 51 billion. There you go. Yep. Yeah, well, you just built that $3 billion one, so $3 billion ISK one, so that'll do it. I don't have that one, so they add up quick. They add up quick. Uh-oh. Let's say, what's going on? A little bit of a delay there with the compression. I don't know if our booster's having a problem. What's up, Scott Lauder? Good to see ya. How you doing today? You're at 21.2, Bond. Yep. Yeah, I think, was mine 21 or 41? I think it said 41. Nope, 21. You're right. 21. I don't know where I got 41. You're growing out that face hair. Yeah, it's kind of a challenge between the wife and I now. So she's not a facial hair person. And I'm waiting for her to tell me to shave it. And I'm really not enjoying it. So, and I think she knows I'm not enjoying it. So she's trying to wait for me to cut it on my own. And I'm not going to do it. So yeah, so we're battle of wills. Plus, there's no hot water here in the Philippines, and so yeah, I haven't cut myself shaving in years, and I shaved 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I cut myself pretty bad, and so I was like, yeah, the avalanche is going to add to that, but I don't know about the trig BS buy or not yet. Nah, just so you know, Plex in the vault don't count towards that. That's true. Yep. Give it a couple more weeks, it stops. Okay, well, maybe I will try to stick it out. I'm out on some moon goon. There you go. Yeah, so no hot water here. So, yeah, so you can buy a hot water. The hot water heaters they sell here are all for each area. So you buy one for your shower, one for your sink, one for your. That way they can charge you 500 times. They don't do the standard hot water heater from America. And so that's kind of a little different. But yeah, if you wait later in the day, the water gets hot because the sun has shined on the ground, which the pipes are in the ground, and it's heated up the pipes. And so then the water's hot. So I guess if I just waited till the afternoon and did it, it probably would be warm enough. But yeah, but I always remember doing hot water shaving, and that always, I think that helped, pop it out so that it doesn't cut myself as much. So yeah, see, that's probably what I need to do. I have one. It's in one of the boxes that I sent, and so not sure which one. So speaking of that, I have to add, the wife must have put that somewhere. So yeah, I'll have to figure that out. But yeah, I have one. That would be good to keep it trimmed. So yeah. But yeah, I'm usually not opens to pores. Yep. Yeah, the cold water has the exact opposite effect. And so yeah, that's probably why I cut myself. But I was laughing because I haven't cut myself in years. And so yeah, so was kind of funny. Only in the Philippines. So, but yeah, it made me think of the Dirty Dozen, the movie The Dirty Dozen, where they weren't acting right, so he wouldn't give them hot water to shave, so they all grew their beards, and so yeah. Morty won't come. He's afraid of my lasers. Kickin's talking trash again. Only back for one day, and he's already talking trash again. Only back for one day, and he's already talking trash. At least he's consistent. At least he's consistent. All right.
The asteroid is depleted.
Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Archification, how are you? You know what opens the pores really well is mining Mercote and hanging out in a poison cloud. There you go. There you go. That'll do it too. I do enjoy giving that community trash out. Union won't let it. There you go. All hail the trash man. There you go. Morty is the trash king. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Morty's my idol. He does, not only does he play eveonline, he also plays 7 Days to Die. And he plays it like a champ. So yeah, so 7 days to the weekend. There you go. See, that's where retirement life comes in. I just retired, so I've been retired a little over a month, and I am loving it. Did you catch the last one? The hate was real. It was more like 5 minutes to live. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't see the last one, Morty. Sorry. I got to get used to the time difference. Start catching you again. That's right in the middle of the wife's mandatory watch TV with her time. So I got to somehow figure out how to work that out. She thinks because we're retired now that I need to watch TV with her anytime I'm not streaming. So now if only Bond can convince his wife he has retired. Yeah, exactly. 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 She's definitely enjoying being home. So this weekend we got a big celebration for our 18th wedding anniversary. So yeah, her and I will be married on the 18th. 18 years on the 18th of May. So the whole family, we're taking the whole family to a resort and having a big shindig for that. So that'll be Saturday night, overnight, Saturday night into Sunday. So yeah, so that'll be good. So thank you. So yeah, so we're looking forward to that. So, but that's what they're planning all this week. So trying to make sure they got enough food and everything else. I just got to pay for it. So yeah, it should be interesting. We're family is coming in from all over, so yeah, no, it's not in Eve. It's actually here in the Philippines. So we retired, and I'm living in the Philippines now. So yeah, we used to be in Kansas City. We retired about a month ago. My wife is from the Philippines, so we moved to the Philippines, and so now we're living in the Philippines full time. So Sorry, I forget not all of you have been here forever, so I heard my invite was coming and the food is good. Yeah, you guys are all invited. The airfare is a killer though. So yeah, so the airfare's a killer. So especially for one overnight. Takes 2 days to get here. So we left America on the 9th. We arrived very, very late on the 11th. Like 11:30 p.m. on the 11th. So yeah, so almost 3 days to get here. So yeah, so it was kind of funny. But party at Uncle Ron's. There you go. There you go. Yeah, it's a nice resort. We really, my wife really, really overdid it. So, but yeah, might have to ship myself there in that $100 box. There you go. That'll work. That'll work. So I have not found any Philly cheesesteaks in the Philippines yet. So yeah, so haven't found those yet. I originally grew up in Philadelphia, so Philly cheesesteak is one of my favorites. But yes, I have not found any of those yet. So if I get on the boat now, yeah, you'll be a month late. So yeah, that's the only problem with the $100 box is it takes 2 months to get here. So you got to have enough food for 2 months. We thought about shipping the dogs that way, but I couldn't fit enough food in there for 2 months. Plus, they're barkers, so they probably would have gotten thrown overboard in no time. I don't know which box that barking's coming from, but it needs to go. Not using the same shippers as the desk. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah, that was Amazon. Yeah, good old Amazon. I did actually. So Morty, you didn't hear about that. I did actually order some shorts from Amazon, and they did get delivered here. It was a little over a week. So yeah, I can get deliveries here, just not a desk. So you can sell authentic Filipino Phillies. There you go. I may have to try that. We did find Cheese Whiz, which is usually one of the requirements for the Philly cheesesteak, depending on which kind you like. But yeah, shorts so far is the only thing I got shipped here. So. And it was funny. I ordered 3 pairs of shorts, and they shipped them 3 different shipments. I got free shipping. So yeah. So, well, it's not too hard to get a delivery. You just need to make a hauling contract. Yep. Shaved beef and Cheese Whiz. Yeah. The problem is the beef. Getting beef here. So, yeah, the beef is not. Their version of beef is completely different than the American version of beef. So yeah, so you have to pretty much ship it in. But we did. That was another thing we saw at SNR. So SNR, for those of you just joined, SNR is kind of the Filipino equivalent of Costco. And so we did see steaks there, which was kind of surprising because I didn't expect that. And they were real beef steaks, but they were very expensive, especially by Filipino standards. So, with cheese whiz on it, who will know? Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's a good possibility. That is a good possibility. And their beef comes from Carabao, and so it's not bad. It's just different. It doesn't taste like our beef. So, I've been wanting to get a hamburger here, but I'm curious if it's going to be real beef or Filipino beef. So yeah, I've been having a craving for a hamburger. That's the only thing I'm missing right now is a hamburger. So, and it ain't that bad, so I'm sure it'll pass. So can't be any worse than SOS from the U.S. Yeah. Yeah, no, they're not made of ham. They do have ham sandwiches here because they do a lot of pig here. And so yeah, so they've got a chain here called Frank's, and they specialize in ham sandwiches, which I guess are pretty popular. On a shingle. Yep, yep, yep. Yep. Yeah, see, that's like chipped beef gravy. So, yeah, so no, they do a lot of pig here. Yeah, everything is pig. Pig and chicken. Just randomly saw a YouTube short show for me for about a shingle yesterday. Yeah, S on a shingle, yeah. Yeah, chipped beef gravy is what that is. I ate a lot of that as a kid. I have 8 brothers and sisters. So, it's funny though. They have ham, they have pig, they have what they call lechon, which is the whole pig that they cook. They don't do a lot of bacon because bacon has to be cured, and it's not easy to cure things here because of the humidity, and so they don't do a lot of bacon. So we did see bacon at S&R, but yeah, that's the first place we've seen bacon. My wife loves bacon, so it was funny when she came to America. That was what she got the most carried away about was the bacon. So because she had never had bacon.
The asteroid is depleted.
And that's what I said. You guys have a lot of pig in the Philippines. You don't have bacon, and they're like, yeah, they don't cure it. It's not easy to cure here because of the humidity. So yeah, so bacon's hard to come by. So go get a food dehydrator. Yep, yep. That's what we'll probably have to do. I was never in the military, but I know people. One of my cousins used to be a chef on an aircraft carrier in the Navy, went to culinary school and GI Bill, and then moved to New York and became a chef. That's cool. Yep. Dude, get humidors. There you go. Really. Chicken bacon. Yeah, they have. They don't do, like I said, they don't do a whole lot of bacon because it's got to be cured, but I could see them doing chicken bacon if they did. You are making me want to move there and bring humidors. There you go. I will be the bacon man. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, my wife, when she came to America, the very first thing, that was the first thing she got excited about in America was the bacon. And I was like, hold on a second. You guys, their primary meat product is pig. And she had never had bacon before. And so I was like, bacon is all we do. That will pay for your early retirement. Yeah, you could probably make a really good living here. Because, yeah, like I said, she loved it. And so if the rest of the Filipinos are anything like her, then, yeah, you could probably make a killing. So I thought humidors were for cigars to keep them from drying out. Yeah, yeah, they are. But you can also use them to I can't think of the to make bacon. Yeah. Yeah, it keeps the humidity from affecting, it's a sealed container that keeps the humidity from affecting it. But cure bacon. Thank you. I couldn't think of the cure for some reason. I don't know why. I just said it earlier, so that didn't make any sense. But what else is new? If it wasn't for me having a brain fart, why would you guys watch me, right? Rats. I got them. Sometimes I like to throw some hard salami from the grocery in a pan. Tastes like salty round bacon for sandwiches. Yep. My wife, she would fry salami. So she would actually cut it and fry it and make salami sandwiches. And they were really good. Yeah, they were really good. She's notorious for using any kind of meat she can find. So, yeah. Yeah, she loves the hard salami. Yeah, yeah. We're not going to get into that one. And leave that. I'm gonna leave that one. When I say nobody wins elections by swinging at pitches in the dirt, right? That one was definitely in the dirt. That was definitely in the dirt. The KrystyBlue, I already apologize for how much tequila I've had. It's my birthday. Well, happy birthday, KrystyBlue. And thanks for being on the channel. No need to apologize. Jackson's about 3 sheets as well, so no need for apologies. We're open to anything. Get my salvage drone out here. Good God, he's not even mining. What are you doing? Use a sandwich toaster, add a salad, onion, and capsicum along with cheese. Great sandwich. I'll have to try that, Scott. Now, who are you? Who are you? I already approved. There you go, lol. Clearly. Jackson Sinclair. I still have so much fuel. That's good. I can stay forever. Yeah, as long as you stay awake. As long as you stay awake. This belt isn't going to last long. No, it is not. It is dropping like flies. Actually, you know what? I'm going to leave the Veldspar for you, Jackson. I caught my second win. Dude, I'm not even buzzing yet. Yeah, right. Yeah. All this talk about bacon perked me up. I mined 2 belts, maybe 3 this morning. There you go. I'm not mining at the moment. Yeah, so get it all, Bond. I pulled my drones in. There's a reason my bio says what it says. Yeah, there you go. Who, me? No, I eat rocks. There you go. I eat rocks. I eat rocks. I'm getting ready for the next belt. Yep, there's a reason. Yep, and it's coming soon. It is coming soon. Typing is so hard right now. The people that love me have got me so drunk. Well, happy birthday, Krysty. I'm assuming it's like, what, 22, 23? Yeah, you seem to be doing okay. No misspellings. Heck, I misspell sober. My bio would get people in trouble. Happy birthday, KrystyBlue. Yes, happy birthday, KrystyBlue.
The asteroid is depleted.
All right, they're dropping like flies. Reagan's sitting over here with nothing to do. Zuck the lucky guy. There you go. Kill the rocks. Either way, happy birthday. Yep, happy birthday. Kill the rocks, smash them, bash them. Happy Spirit Journey Formation Anniversary. I only know a little about you. There you go. Her hubby. There you go. Morty knows everybody. Morty knows everybody. I got to meet these two. There you go. Sorry for the ads. So Krysty's a streamer as well. Well, excellent. Actually, I need to do a shout out for Morty. And then once my timer goes off, I'll do a shout out for Krysty as well. So cool, cool, cool. We stayed at a wolf lodge with our families. Oh, that's cool. That's even better. That's even better. All right, you come back in here.
The asteroid is depleted.
All right, this one's about done. Where are we going next? Going down one more? I guess it's up one more, right? I'll send Craig in a minute. Check out the new belt. Downtown. Great people. Excellent, excellent. I have to hit the sack. All right, Kickin'. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. This is good to see ya. Good to see ya. Walked up and downstairs doing some wizard things all day. My shins hurt. I hate when that happens. Kickin'. Have a good night. Sleep well. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Good to see you again. Yeah. He says he's going to hold the line. We'll let you know, Kickin', if he actually holds it or not. Jackson seems like he's got it under control. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. All right, let me compress this. And I'm going to send Craig in down one. So we're at 3. So let's go 7-4. Yep. Not a pro like you, but I'm okay. Yeah, yeah. We got a couple rats in 7-4, but I'll have them taken care of here momentarily. Momentarily. Yeah, it seems like there's an okay number of roids here, so should get us through. Should get us through. Come on. Man, they're taking a long time on the rats. Ah, my drones are getting hit.
The asteroid is depleted.
Come on, come on, come on. Good God Almighty. God, that was the longest rat I ever had to deal with. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna approach this guy.
Asteroid is depleted.
Clean up our trash. There we go. Those drones were fighting back. Or those rats were fighting back. Of course, it doesn't help that I have that I only have 2. All right. All right. I'm gonna clean up our mess, and I will be right there. So don't talk about trash. You get Morty all excited. There you go. Someone say trash. Trash man's in the house. Got a shout out for KrystyBlue as well. Happy birthday again, KrystyBlue. And thanks for being here. Oof. The plastic chair is starting to take its toll on my rear end, so I may have to get up and move around a little bit. All right, let me come to you guys. Leet, Kragan. Kicking's gone. All right. Thanks for the follow, DLH. Appreciate it. Wait on the boost. There's the boost. Couple beans. Give me the extra distance. Compression's back on. Awesome sauce. Can't go wrong. You outlasted kicking. I think his traveling probably took some toll on him, so. I was just glad to have him back, so I was getting worried about him. Yes, you've been traveling too. Yes, you have. I didn't mean to minimize that. What you just realized, Blue Gray? With that endurance, you can do the indie event cycle 2 times on one load without moving. Perfect. I'm just the opposite, going nowhere fast. You and me both, Dark Slider. I did a shout out for KrystyBlue, so I'm assuming she's a streamer. So long as you have the filaments made. Yep. You got to have them all queued up. And that's what I do. I queue them up. So, yeah, I queue them up. And then, like I said, I can usually do, I think I do three cycles before I have to dock and compress and reprocess my minerals and then haul minerals over, because 3 cycles I start running out of minerals for the builds. But every time I take every time I deliver 2 of my jobs, I add 2 more in, and so that way they're all kind of going. So, and I try to do primarily the quicker builds, the not the filaments, the other ones. So, because they only take 13 minutes. So that way I can kind of do a whole bunch of them. We can jam through the event super fast. Yep. So 19K hold. Yep. Yeah. See, I'm using my retriever, so yeah, it's got even bigger. So. No, yeah, I'm using the retriever, so it's got a big one. Yep, the amplifier and the limiters. Yep. So yeah, so what I do is overnight I build all the filaments, since they take over an hour, and then I have them all queued up. And then when I start building while I'm mining, I do the amplifiers and the limiters. So, yep. And that's what I did. I actually bought the skills for mass production and the other one and had them trained up. So, used my free points that I got from the event to train those up. So yeah, it worked out pretty good. So I say what we'll do is we'll finish this belt and then we'll call it a night. Does that work for you, Jackson? Yeah, I'm almost done. Like I said, I should finish today now that I've got enough blueprints. Thanks to Zero Chaos. Zero Chaos helped me out yesterday and that got me enough. LsDSpaceMan, good to see ya. Greatness has arrived. There you go. Can do 3 cycles in 1 hour with the filaments done. Smart man. Yep. Aren't we going to mine green stuff? We can. I have to do it for mine, but I was just going to do that offline. So, but we can do that. Yep. Am I getting tan? I don't know if I'm getting tan or not. It doesn't seem like it. And every time I take off my shirt, I can tell a little difference. But yeah, I don't get outside much. I take the dog out for a walk. That's about it. So I really need to start walking. We were talking about walking, but it's just too darn hot. So yeah. Yeah, no, that's no worry. Either way. Bond, if you have spare filaments near G to toss them at me. I'm still working on the track on a grind tomorrow. Okay, I don't have any near Cheetah. I have them all in Ufine. So, but once I finish, I can bring them over there for you. So yeah, I've got a bunch. So I was gonna help you speed up the process, but you have Kragan too. Yeah, Kragan's really close to being done. And yeah, Doty. Okay, so Doty's not a problem. Yeah, I'm close. Ufine's not too far from Doty. I think that's only about 8 jumps. Good to see you, LSD. Welcome back. We've been missing you. Yeah, I think I bought almost 60 from Zoom Zero Chronos. So yeah, so I've got a bunch of them. I think I have more than enough to get mine done. So And then whatever's left over, I'll bring over. So, Axe and Jackson. Giving people hope. I don't know about that, but it's the least I could do. Like I said, the blueprints were really the key. And so, once you got enough blueprints, yeah, it's easy to bang it out. Especially with the, like I said, if you got enough of the amplifiers and the limiters, those are real good. So false hope is still hope, yeah. Because yeah, those only build in like 13 minutes. So yeah, it takes me longer than that to do 2 cycles of mining. So that works out almost perfect. So yeah, the BPs in bulk really made it easier. So that scanning, that takes forever to do those relic sites. I enjoy doing them, but it's one of those, it takes forever. So speaking of Zero just went live. So, yep, 13-minute cycle. Yep. Yeah, so that's pretty. I think honestly, I think Kragan's only got like 200 and some points left. And Falstaff, he only has like 30 points left. 35, I think. So yeah, so and of course Kragan's sitting over here picking his nose again, not mining. Well, I had a nickel. I had a nickel. We can bang out that fast too. Yep. Yeah. Like I said, he's already got 9 filaments queued up. So, and I'm sitting on the mining one. So yeah, so we'll mine a load and then 4 of those will go to that. I'll queue up 4 of the limiters and mine another load and we'll be in good shape. I'm really hoping, yeah, so once we get the box, the crate, I'm hoping that I get at least some kind of a outfit. If it's a female outfit, I'll give it the Respin. But if it's a male outfit, I'll put it on Falstaff. So, yep. Always gotta stretch. Ugh. But yeah, I don't know. The more I look at my face, the more I don't think I'm getting any sun. So, the more I don't think I'm getting any sun. So. I probably need to go outside first, so Pond wants to get plugged. Yeah, you heard it here first. Yeah, you heard it here first. You heard it here first. I am going to get my drone out today, though. So it took me 14 hours to recharge the batteries on my drone, which was freaking ridiculous. Each battery only makes the drone fly for 20 minutes, but it takes 7 hours to charge. So 7 hours for 20 minutes. So yeah, I got the plug suit. Yeah. I got the joke, Jackson. Yeah, hopefully, out of the 2 of them, hopefully I at least get 1. So probably not. I know the odds are not in my favor, so get out of your naughty places, people. Yeah, there's only one naughty one in the channel right now, Jackson, and you're talking. No way I am doing that event track twice. Yeah, no, it wasn't too bad. Must be low impedance charger so they don't make the batteries heat. Yeah, I think that's probably what it is, because it was super slow. But yeah, it's an older drone, but I want to get it out and kind of get some video of the neighborhood and kind of the main street, because the main street's not far from our house. we're just inside the neighborhood. And so, like, there's a gas station out on the main street, and I can see it from my house. So it's far enough away we don't get the noise, but it's close enough that we're still there. So yeah. You're a wizard too. I have so much to ask. There you go. Morty's always a wizard. The wizard! But yeah, so I want to get some drone footage of that, and then eventually we'll get some of our lot where we're going to build. And yeah, I'll get some footage of that, and so that should be good. But yeah, I'll post it up on the Discord so you guys can see it. That way you guys can kind of see what we got here from an aerial view of the jungle. Yeah, so Krysty, are you a streamer? So yeah, it was a great time. But yeah, happy birthday again, Krysty. Always good to have good friends to take you out. So she does not stream. Okay. Well, I gave her a shout out anyway for her birthday. So she might get a few followers, whether she streams or not. You spelled it wrong anyways. Did I spell it wrong? Did I spell it wrong?
The asteroid is depleted.
She'd like 1K followers here, yeah. So when I gave her the shout out, I spelled it wrong. Oh, that's awesome. That is freaking awesome. Well, actually, enough time's gone past that it probably will let me do another one. Yeah, I actually did KrystyBlue. Yeah, so there you go. What a Nimrod. What a Nimrod. It still is by sorts. There you go. There you go. Now we got it. We'll get the followers on the right one. Maybe she becomes a streamer because of today. We're inspiring her. It's so easy to do, as you can tell. Even I can do it. And I'm the one drinking. Yeah, exactly. You're the one drinking. I can't spell. I could never spell even before, so. There you go. Everybody follow Krysty. Wish her a happy birthday. Her next stream. We're going to inspire her to become a streamer. So we'll get her to agree while she's drunk. And then, you know, then she's got to do it. Yeah, Morty is the bomb. Actually, if Morty follows her, that probably is going to, yeah. She'll have to become a streamer. She's got more followers than I do, so. Ugh. Dirty bomb. Dirty bomb. I don't know. I think you're the only dirty bomb here. You're the only dirty bomb here. Her hubby be streaming soon, I hope. Okay, that's cool. So what's her hubby's name? What's his streamer tag? Damn it, Bond, stop picking on me. It's so easy when you're drunk. I can't get a word in edgewise when you're sober. Sukara, okay. Actually, it probably won't let me do another shout out yet. There we go. I am not drunk. Yeah, yeah. Keep telling yourself that. Buzzed, baby. Hey, you're still awake, so you're right. You're probably not drunk yet, because you're still awake. Yeah, don't shoot. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Yeah, see, once kicking left, we lost like half our fleet. So, have the boost stopped? The boost did not stop. Yep, the boost did not stop. That is true. Yeah, that is true. That's where I told you. That's the only advantage Kicking's got over you. When he falls asleep, his boosts keep going. So, that's how we can always tell when you're asleep, because the boost stopped. Do not judge, lest ye be judged. There you go. There you go. Good one. Good one, Krysty. Sukara surprised my alpha in the C2. Same time as an Astero attacked me on a hack site. Oh, that sucks. Good timing. Good timing. Good timing. I had one in one of the trig systems that sat there cloaked and waited for the trigs to wear me down. And then once I finished the trigs off, then he decloaked and blew me up. Was real nice to chat with, though. So that's cool. Most of the ones that kill me never stay around to chat. Jackson, thanks for the bits. Why not? Yep, why not? Why not? Zooks is a fun guy. Yep, yep.
The asteroid is defeated.
Oh, yep, Kragan sitting over here. Not mining again. I tell you. Gotta fund Bond's wife's party fund. There you go. Yeah, she's going overboard. So we're gonna have lechon. We're gonna have shrimp. That's lots of shrimp. Sounds like enough shrimp for an army. So, and a bunch of other stuff. So she ruined today's stream. Yeah, exactly. So the end of the week. So Saturday night into Sunday, we're celebrating our anniversary. Our anniversary is May 18th. So we're taking the whole family to a resort here in the Philippines and staying overnight. So yeah, you guys are welcome, but the airfare's a killer. So excuse me. Yeah, I actually started late today, Morty, because we had a contractor show up today. We're building a house. I'll take a really fast boat. There you go. That one, if you find one, you gotta let me know, because I'll start putting packages on it. So yeah. But yeah, we had a contractor show up today, so we're building our house, and so we haven't chosen our contractor yet. So we had one of them show up today. I assumed he was coming in the afternoon, and he showed up at 9 a.m. So yeah, so it was also funny because she wanted me to be there, though they did was speak, the local dialect, which I can't speak. So so it was a lot of me listening, and I'm picking some of it up. But yeah, it was they talk so fast. So ship myself in a desk box. There you go. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. The desks never make it. The desks never make it. So yeah, don't do that. The desk never makes it. Like I said, maybe a short box. If you put yourself with the shorts, then you might get here. So those did arrive. But like I said, I ordered all three shorts together. They shipped them three separate shipments, and I got them 3 days in a row. 1, 2, 3. So yeah, should have used the auto translate on your phone. Yeah, I thought about that, but they talk so fast, even the phone can't keep up. And the other problem is, so there was the contractor and then the landlord. So it turns out this, contractor is related to our landlord. And so there was a contractor and landlord, and then there was my wife and my brother-in-law and my sister-in-law. And so all five of them were talking pretty much at the same time. And yeah, so the phone couldn't keep up. So I just kind of sat there and was like, okay, she'll let me know if I did it. And then I kind of gave her some questions I wanted to ask, like, what's your payment schedule? What kind of guarantee do we have? That kind of stuff. And so it worked out. But yeah, he seems like he's got a very good payment schedule for the foreigner. So there's a lot of the foreigners here get ripped off. So that's one thing I want to make sure I don't get ripped off. So yeah, and so yeah, it's funny, but yeah, I've been working on the language, so I got to get to where I can at least understand it, if not speak it fluently. So that's the plan. We'll see how that works. But yeah. So yeah, silly me. I had assumed, since she knows I stream every day during the week, that it would be scheduled for the afternoon. But they showed up at 9 a.m. So, and I honestly, I don't think she knew they were coming at 9 a.m. either, because she was in bed. So yeah, so yeah, so it was a good bet that it was a surprise to both of us. So, but it worked out. We started an hour late, and now we're going an hour long. So all works out in the end. So all the AI advancements happening could actually get us closer to the Star Trek style universal translator. Yep. She knew. They always know. Yeah, you're probably right. I don't know. She probably wouldn't have been in bed if she knew. She probably would have got a shower. So yeah. But yeah. She's usually likes to be all prim and proper, and so especially if she's meeting somebody that we might be doing business with. But yeah, the guy, he had a really good his payment plan is really good, so much better, much safer for us. So that's definitely in his favor. Most of them here want either 30 or 50% up front, and that is very risky. Because once you pay them 50% or 30%, there's nothing to keep them from taking off with your money. So, which happens a lot here. So, there's no real legal ramifications for a foreigner or even a foreigner local wife to do. There's really no legal ramifications. So yeah, so it's kind of one of those where his was much better. So his price per square meter was a little high, but it probably worth it with his payment plan. So, but yeah, we're gonna probably talk to a couple more, just so we have some choices. But just claimed your Twitch reward. Way to go. Way to go. What is the drop today? I didn't look. I really need to look. Evermarks, yeah. Yeah. 2,500. That's not bad. That's not bad. That'll get you some dailies. Speaking of dailies, I haven't done my dailies yet today. I got to do those today. Love to all. KrystyBlue, happy birthday again. And many, many more. I'm assuming it's like your 21st or 22nd. So congratulations.
The asteroid is depleted.
Yep, they're dropping. They're dropping. Oh. Shift my weight. The plastic chair's taking its toll on my rear end. I'll be super ecstatic when my gaming chair gets here and my green screen, so that you don't have all this pixelization on the camera. Yeah, the only thing I've ever bought off of their Dark Slider is the Corp logo. So you have to pay for every ship to be able to display the Corp logo, which is kind of a pain. But yes, you can use your Evermarks to fast track your dailies. So yeah, that way you can get the dailies done even if you're super busy like I am today. So I can probably pull mine off. Star Trek is where it's at. There you go. Star Trek's always been my favorite, Krysty. Star Trek is where it's at. Yeah, that's pretty much what I use them for. Yeah, and that's about all I use them for. Like I said, I did buy... I'm probably going to buy the Corp logo for the Astero. Because I tried to put the Corp logo on my Astero the other day, and it said, oh, you haven't bought it yet. You got to buy it for every freaking ship. Which is ridiculous, in my opinion. But, of course, they're making money, so what do they care? So... But yeah.
The asteroid is depleted.
We got a full load out of that one before it died. Well, I said we were going to finish the belt before we leave, but since it's only the three of us, we're probably not going to get finished on this belt. Especially since I don't think you're mining, Jackson, are you? So, redeem posture. Gives me a chance to shift my rear end. And then hydrate. I saw that one too. Not likely. I am still shifted. Shifted. Yeah, so we're probably not gonna get this belt done. So let's just go. Well, let's just go to 2:30. 2:30 my time, which would actually be 2:30 your time. You don't have to work tomorrow, do you? Watch the screen, damn it. It's all good, okay. I'm mining. Oh, I can't see if you're mining. I'm zoomed in on my ship. I can barely keep this Hulk from running out of space. No work tomorrow. Okay, cool. I didn't want to keep you up till 2:30 a.m. and then have you work tomorrow. That would be bad. That would be bad. Yeah, that would be bad. But yeah, we'll go to 2:30. That way I still cover the 4-hour stream. So yeah, that way I still cover the 4-hour stream. And once again, yesterday and today, I have had no drops. So I do have some drop frames. So it looks like it dipped a little bit at least once. But doing pretty good. Got plenty of fuel and mining hold space. Yeah, you always got plenty of mining hold space. Fuel is the thing sometimes we run out of. So especially on 4 hours. So I was always curious. So is the fuel used based on the number of ships, or is it just a flat rate to run the compression, no matter whether you got 900 ships or you got one ship? So it wasn't me. Well, compression is golden. Yes, it is. So, yep. Flat rate. Okay, that's what I thought. Because sometimes I actually pull my porpoise out to compress stuff. Like yesterday, I compressed up all that Empire Belt ore I had so that I could ship it in one load. Runs off the core. Yep, yep, yep. And the core the fuel runs the core. Got it, got it, got it. Flat rate. Thanks, Respin. That's kind of what I thought, but I never use up. I only run one cycle in my porpoise, so I never can tell. So and skills can reduce it. Okay, well I'll have to look into that because I probably don't have those skills. So yeah, so I'll have to check that out. Or I probably have them. I just don't have them at the level that would save me something. So. But I stuffed the core hanger, cargo hold, and fuel hold with water. Oh, okay. So there you go. So then you don't have to go back. Good point. Good point. Actually, I did all right. I thought I was gonna have to get some crystals from Kragan, but I'm still using the same crystals I started with, so you could probably go all day, 24 hours or more. You can move it in space. Yep, that's good. So that's good, yeah. Nice rail guns. I'm a railgun guy, so I like the railguns. Like the railguns. Like the railguns. Well, one of the boosts reduces crystal wear. Yep, that's true. That's true. So thank you for that. Because I only have one crystal, one set. Now Kragan's got some extras, so I wasn't too worried about it, but and I have some in the station, but I forgot to put them on here before I left the station, so, you know, typical. Typical. All right. No more rats. Let me get my salvager out. Yeah, he doesn't have the distance, but he. Oof. We are close. We are close. One cycle of my miners is almost filling up my hold. Oops. Alrighty. 27. I think we can do it. I have to work tomorrow, so I guess I should quit while I'm conscious. All right, KrystyBlue, happy birthday again. Thanks for being here. We appreciate it. Don't work hungover. Yeah, that's definitely not fun. I remember those days. I remember those days. I remember those days.
Is depleted.
I remember those days. Piece of cake. Piece of cake. And we got everything cleaned up ahead of time. Freaking metal scraps. What a waste. Yeah, working while hungover is definitely not fun. Definitely not fun. Definitely not fun. Ah. Definitely not fun. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to jettison this. And we're going to have Kragan pick it up. Oh, won't work there.
Is depleted.
There we go. Bingo bongo. Now I got more space. And I even got to bump Kragan, so. Yeah, I was getting to where one cycle was not doing it, so. Bump the bump. There you go. Bump the bump. Bumper cars. Bumper cars. Bumper cars. I guess I can turn off this afterburner now. Guess I can turn off the afterburner now. I only have 20 minutes left on my mining event booster. There you go. Well, that's perfect. So we've only got 10 minutes left. So there you go. I consumed it before you logged in. There you go. I never remember to do those boosters. Thinking I was going to use it. Yeah, you did use it. Oh, it doesn't work on your Orca. Oh, it's only for the mining lasers. Oh, you doofus. Yeah, I didn't realize that. That makes sense. So it doesn't work on the drones? That sucks. Well, that sucks. I was using it on my skiff. Okay, well, that's good. Yeah, I never remember to do those boosters. I've got a ton of them. And no, I was definitely going to show. I just wasn't sure how long it was going to take. So once again, I apologize for that. That's the way it works here in the Philippines. Plans are only as good until somebody stops talking about the plans. So. Yeah, it's specifically mining laser yields. Yep. So. Well, I probably should have used it, but I never remember to do those boosters. There's some for scanning as well, and I never remember those. So. Or until you let your wife make the plans. Yeah, well. There's never a dull moment around here. So. Never a dull moment. Never a dull moment. So. Never a dull moment. Waste if you don't use them. Yeah, I know. Yeah, level ones are all frigates, so they're gonna move too fast for those rail guns probably. You're gonna have to put a target booster on there, so yeah. Yeah, unfortunately the L1s are gonna be all frigates, and so they're fast. They're too fast for those 250 railguns, so. So that's where I usually get my drones and use them. So yep, you have no speed boost to keep traversal up. Yep, it's got to be able to move the turrets faster for the frigates. So Morty, have a good night. Appreciate it. Thanks again. Sleep well. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Yeah, because there'll be some frigates in the level 4s as well, so. But yeah, that's where I always make sure I got some drones. I'll do the drones. I'll use the drones on the frigates, get rid of them, and then use the railguns on everything else. Let the frigates close. Yeah, I'm sure it'll do great in L3s and L4s. But you're right, there'll be some frigates in there, so yeah, Tengu doesn't have drones, so nope. Pleasure is all mine, Morty. Thanks again. Yeah, if it can apply damage in level 1, then you know it'll do okay in level 2s and 3s. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, without the drones, you're gonna have trouble with the frigates. Those 250s are not gonna be able to hit the frigates. But I think if you put a targeting thing on there, if you can fit one, that'll speed up the turrets so that they can hit the frigates. Oh, excuse me. I don't know why I'm yawning. I had like 12 hours sleep last night. It's probably why I'm yawning because I slept too much. I didn't realize the Tengu doesn't have any drones. I don't know that I fly anything with no drones. And I haven't flown my Tengu in forever. Network error. Ew. When did you get a network error? Did you disconnect? I didn't get a network error. I'm actually doing great. Oop. Need to recall my drone.
The asteroid is depleted.
Every time. Every time. So it was on my side then. Yep, I'm more trouble than I'm worth. I don't believe that for a second, Krysty. Is the room spinning? Hard to sleep when the room's spinning. I remember those days. So it was on my side then. Lame. Krysty, go to bed. She's having too much fun hanging out with us. I should take the sash off at least. Nah. That way when you wake up in the morning you'll remember why you did it. It is the I'm in trouble sash. There you I'm trouble sash. Yeah, you might want to take that one off. I'd probably wear it to work tomorrow just to see what they say. Just to see what they say. At least that way they won't bother you for the rest of the day. Sounds like a safe bet. There you go. There you go. Jackson's becoming a mother hen now. We definitely want you rested for work tomorrow. We don't want you to go to work with a hangover. They really won't bother me. That's good. That's good. She's probably one of those highfalutin executives. She'll just go in her office and shut the door. Yeah. The Tengu with a rail subsystem has railgun boost. There you go. We're actually going to quit here in a few minutes ourselves, Krysty. So close enough. There you go. Close enough. Yep. That's the way to do it. Shut that door. Tell them you're working on a major project. You can't be bothered. Working on a major project. Very important. Don't bother me. Even close the shades. That way you can get some sleep. Now, Respin, he's making a jab at me. I ran my mock with medium railguns, and that's what he's doing. Have a good nap. There you go, Krysty. Yeah, I ran my mock with medium railguns. He had a fit. You would have thought I asked him for a kidney the way he reacted. Holy cow, man. Sneaky Pete was a lot better back in the day. There you go. There you go. Yeah, we need to see who we're going to raid. We're about at that time. So let's see who we're going to raid. Let's see who we're going to raid. Zero is on. Chaos is on. Chaos has got 4 people with him. So I think we'll raid Zero. We'll give Zero some love. Yeah, actually, yeah, Chaos has got XD, Ghosty, Nth Dimension. Yeah, wow. Wow, wow, wow. And somebody else. Bad Larry, Bad Man Larry. Yeah, so they've got over 600 people. Wow. Excellent job, guys. Yeah, we'll probably end up there. XD, or excuse me, Zero will probably raid them before he takes off, but I don't know how long Zero's been on. He's only got 2 people watching him, so we need to give him some love. He's only been on for 48 minutes, so he'll be perfect. But yeah, we'll raid Zero. Yep. Yeah, we'll raid Zero. Give him some love. Ad break's over. Sorry, I was talking during the ad break. But yeah, we're looking to raid Zero. It looks like Chaos is streaming with 4 other streamers: XD, Nth Dimension, Ghosty Gaming, and Badman Larry. So they've got a huge group, almost 700 viewers. So we'll jump over on Zero, and I'm sure Zero will probably raid them when he's done. So that way we'll give Zero some loving. But yeah, appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for watching. Thanks for mining with us. And I will be back on tomorrow. Same time. Actually, it'll probably be 19 hours from now. So it's usually 20 hours from now, but we started an hour late. So 19 hours from now. So thanks, KrystyBlue. And once again, happy birthday. I hope your day was fantastic. Sounds like it was. And I hope tomorrow's even better. Iscan Public Enemy. Take care as well. We'll see you. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll be back on tomorrow. So feel free to join me tomorrow. We'll do something else. We'll see what's going on. But thanks again. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks. Excellent. Glad to hear it, Krysty. Thanks again. I'll get this raid set up. Sorry about that. Should have set it up first. Jerry Can, have a good one. Dark Slider, we'll see you tomorrow. You guys are awesome. Appreciate it. Jackson, thanks for the boost. I'm gonna turn you guys over to 0.